Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, transforming healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste to all. Thank you so much for attending and joining us this special mission on health episode of Healing Our Earth. We are all here to pray Almighty and Supreme Power to help us, guide us, send us light to heal ourselves, our families, our close people, and those who surround us, and those who are even far away, but they need help. Oh, Bhurбhavasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhavasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Let's do one more prayer. Om Bhurбhavasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Dear God, we place our worries in your hands. We place our sick under your care and humbly ask you that you restore your servant to health again. Above all, grant us the grace to acknowledge your will and know that whatever you do for the love of us. Amen. Dear friends, colleagues, and all those who are part of Healing Our Earth, and those who are in a mission to help others, we are all here to have this episode of integrated healthcare, and the mission of healing is much more than just treating. We know that there are a variety of different parts of healthcare disciplines, and I call them healthcare disciplines because they are healing, treating, managing different parts of the body in a very different way. So we have got one system, which is modern medical system or the conventional medical system, and also called allopathic healthcare. This is one of the widest accepted method of the healthcare currently. It is accepted by the countries, it is accepted by the government, it is accepted by the insurance companies, and many more. However, there is no cure for every disease, malady, or condition within this system. There are some systems which are ancient for thousands of years. For example, Ayurveda is nearly 5,000 years old, and there has been natural methods in terms of how we manage our body, the way we have posture, the way we breathe, the way we use the plants extracts to put into our body to heal, because the body is a manifestation of a soul in human form. the cells degenerate and regenerate, and the process of regeneration become less and less as we grow older. And we need to form a system to help healing this. Infections happen. How do we recover back? In modern medicine, we have antibodies to do it, but the other systems call it slightly differently, but they do the same system. So, and then you have homeopathy, which has got ancient German system, which is now global, and it has got a very different natural way of treating and healing the body. Then you have herbal medicines, which are directly plant extracts brought into this naturopathy. Then we have got a very different, which is acupuncture, using the meridians and the energy of the body. And if there's blockage of the energy flowing, we have disease. And because this is the concept, if you unblock this energy flow, you will have improvement. And that's a valid concept. The problem usually happens when we do not accept each other's theory, concept, or the fundamentals. Now, acupressure is a slightly better refined way where people do not want needles, which is typical acupuncture. Acupressure is slightly different, which is done on a different pressure points in order to release the energy flow. Then we have hypnotherapy, where if there is no organ or system problem found, despite doing multiple investigations, we know that the problem is not due to a disease or malady, or there was a problem because, say, for example, we are focusing on chronic pain today. The pain was an indicator that there is a problem here, but now that thing has healed. For example, a knee pain was happening because of inflammation, and inflammation has improved now. So, in that case, we should have the pain sorted, but the signaling or firing of the impulses continue. Now, in these cases, hypnotherapy is brilliant because that can burn the pathways or the signals that is coming to the brain, which is not required now. It was required at some point in time. Then we have many other things to supplement. Tai Chi and Qigong are very Tai Chi and Qigong are the other ways which are very important in terms of healing. And it can help balancing the things, and therefore it helps in how the system works. So that is quite useful. Then we have other things like aromatherapy, dance therapy, music therapy, which helps in all building up as a toolkit, where we have conventional or modern medicine as one part. We have Ayurveda, we have got homeopathy, we've got acupuncture, we've got acupressure, we have got aromatherapy, we have got hypnotherapy, we have got music therapy, dance therapy, Tai Chi, Qigong, and probably many more. If we all these have in a toolkit and we use the right tool at the right time, and I try to give an analogy like a spanner. So different nuts and bolts need different spanners, and person who has the disease or problem is best person to find out. So if we provide these tools to the person, he can find the right tool to sort his problem out. And I think that's one thing which we would aim to do. If you bring them together with a mutual tolerance, understanding of each other, so that we don't reject some other discipline, we would be in a much better way. And that is how we are able to offer a choice to the patient, so that we have a customized care plan for the individual person. And we are not paternalistic, i.e., doctors normally think we describe or we prescribe and they follow or they take the treatment. But it needs to be an equal partnership where they should be able to use our knowledge to design their treatment or pathway. So I think that is still, I look like a little bit far-fetched away goal, but I am an allopathic or conventional or modern medicine practitioner. but I have studied all of these over past 10 or 12 years. I studied Ayurveda, I studied yoga, I'm a yoga teacher, trainer, practitioner, homeopathy. I've studied even when I was medical student and have done the whole Mavelil Homeo mission was the awarding body for my diploma for the homeopathy. I've done that. You know, I have spent long time studying various other parts because I'm curious. And I'm sure there would be more people curious so that we can bring all these together because no one discipline is complete enough. But if we overlap, we might be complete enough. So I think that would be great. To that respect, I've written a poem, so I might express my sentiments, if possible, on that poem, which will help people understand what it is, and then I will try and get people to join us. So, Nilbhai, can you put the poem? So the it says, yeah, people can read. So this is because I'm so deep into it, other people might not um, be able to take the whole sentiments, but I think it'll be good to express. And if people feel like they can put their reaction, they like, they don't like, if there are any parts or whatever, I'm happy. I'm happy to be criticized if people feel like, but this is my mission that if we put everything together, we will be able to do a lot more greater good to the community. And we are going to start with chronic pain because suffering from chronic pain, it's not easy. And the pain, you go to the doctor, they give you painkillers, you go to the next time there are more painkillers, etc. Anyway, we'll talk in a minute, but let's read it out for you. So it says, in the world of health, a new dawn breaks. In the world of health, a new dawn breaks where integration is the path that takes the best of all worlds to make it right and bring healing to every site. The body, the mind, the spirit too. The body, the mind, the spirit too, all must be seen in a new view. For the way we live, the way we feel, all are intertwined and we must reveal the ancient wisdom of the East with the Western medicine, that's the beast. The mind body therapies that we seek with the nutrition that we mindfully eat. Integrated health, it's the way to heal and thrive in every day, to find the balance that we all seek and bring the body and mind to its peak. With Tai Chi, acupuncture, massage, and more, with herbs and supplements, we explore the power of nature to heal the soul and make us feel once again the whole. Integrated health, it's the path to wellness and joy that we ask with community of healers and our friends. Together we are, the journey never ends. So again, integrated health is the path to wellness and joy.
Rajiv,
And yes,
I don't think this is just a poem. I think this is a mission statement. I think this is almost like a white paper to United Nations telling them that this is the flow we need to go with. So I think it's wonderful, buddy. Well done.
thank you so much. So I think it's great. It's great to hear your sentiments, and I hope other people may have a concurrence with it. And together, more people we will make it a bigger mission to make it happen. And if we can have a reach to the WHO for this, it will be really good. So I'm conscious of the time. So the other part, which is because we have to start somewhere, chronic pain is something which is very common, and many of us suffer from some chronic condition. So we have got arthritis, we got chronic backache, we have got dementia, we got Alzheimer disease, we got Parkinson disease. Uh, there is no cure. in the modern medicine. Even if we think of asthma, diabetes, we are giving these inhalers, say for example, for asthma to suppress the symptom. It's not a cure. We are giving insulin or metformin or other the pills to cross cover the blood sugar control. It's not eradicating the disease. And there are many other chronic conditions where there is limitation of the modern medicine. On the other hand, say for example, in Ayurveda, there are treatments available which can help for long-term removal of the original problem or cure of the disease. And similar is in homeopathy, there is cure for many conditions. When I was young, medical student, my close friend's father was a homeopath. So we used to study together. So his father used to tell, and he showed us a picture. The pus was pouring from that person, and after complete treatment, that completely has gone. That person now, after studying, I know that person has pyoderma, and that just continued for a long time, and it's got. He had multiple courses of antibiotics, but that has not removed the problem. His immunity was low, and although we think there is no medicine to boost the immunity in modern medicine, but there are other disciplines where it is. Why not we join the hands together? And similar is for like forgetfulness, dementia it is called, and particularly now all people, they become older, it's called senile dementia. Now we accept it, that's normal. However, for example, Brahmi is a plant extract, and that can sharpen to have the impulses traveling across the nerves in the brain and increase the retention of the signals, and that forms the part of memory. So that is something which is worth thinking and using. So I am trying to kind of build that picture that there are so many things which happen, but coming back to chronic pain, there is almost 600 million pounds every year lost within UK because of the sickness resulting from the backache. In fact, the numbers keep changing. The current figure is probably a lot more. This is from what we have done around 8 years ago, where we have collected the figures. So this is such a thing which happens. We created a direct referral to physiotherapy for people to cut short this period of sickness. So this is there, but suffering is the on the top. And if we can find a way to help that, why should we not do it? So chronic pain resulting from the back, which is discitis, disc degeneration, is very common. The cartilage degeneration of the joints, arthritis, is very common. But chronic pain resulting from some injury that has happened in past is also very common, and at times it doesn't go away. I've seen many cases because I practice gastroenterology nutrition. It's chronic abdominal pain or tummy ache just keeps happening, and particularly in children. If you're telling the pain happen, all investigations, then they're normal. So there needs to be something more than the traditional painkillers. As you know, that typically you go to a doctor, doctors give you whatever advice you, paracetamol, then ibuprofen, then diclofenac, then naproxen, and it keeps going up and up. Multiple non-steroidal anti-inflammatory agents prescribed. Then it goes further onto the opioids, so codeine, then morphine, oromorph, etc. Then amitriptyline, topiramate. So there are all varieties, and I think if Dr. Sanjeeva is here today, he is an anesthetist specialized into pain consultant now, and he's very high up in the pain society, revered across the world. I will bring him in because it will be good to hear his perspective on how pain is. But main important thing is that this pain is not going away. If we can put together all what we can in order to bring the solution to the pain in a more natural way, in a more systematic way, not sticking to just the modern medicine, it will probably help. The video is gone. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, should I bring you, Sanjeeva? Welcome to Healing Over Earth. I know you are very accomplished pain consultant, Sanjeev give talk across the world all the time. He has been recently to various policies. Honorary still being provided in the PGI Chandigarh, which is one of the prime institute in India, but he has given talks all across the world. So what is your view? Do you want to just share?
Yeah, thank you, Rajiv, for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to talk to a multidisciplinary team. I work as a consultant in pain medicine in the UK, and I think what I say now may echo or may reflect the opinions of many pain specialists also. Now, the way we manage pain, now the question arises, is pain a boon or a curse? It's debatable. It depends on the context. So if pain is sort of directing a person or a physician or a healthcare professional to a particular pathology, then it becomes a boon. But chronic pain, it's more of a suffering than a boon, in my opinion, because a pathology may be identified, but nothing can be done, or a pathology may not be identified in a good number of patients, still the patient has pain. So in terms of chronic pain, probably it's not a boon, in my opinion. At least the patients also will feel that. The way we work in the pain clinic is we try to sort of assess a patient with history, examination, if necessary, investigation, and then come to a diagnosis. Some patients will just be looking for a diagnosis, and also what they're also worried is that, are the doctors missing something? Because if anybody has pain or any symptoms that's bothering them, if it persists for a long time, you get worried. I tell an example. If I have, say, a cold and it continues for a week or more, I start getting worried. Am I missing something? I've had cold maybe 20 times in my life, and I'm a doctor, I'm well trained and everything else. Still, you start worrying. It's natural. That's how we survive. So what I'm going to tell now is that these patients have been to so many people. Everybody is telling, oh, nothing is wrong. It's, somebody will have told them that it's in your head. Yeah. So many other sort of ways of expressing their symptoms. So these patients are worried. So in some patients, a proper examination, assessment, if necessary, investigation, and telling them that this is maybe the problem can alleviate the distress that they're going through, and that can itself help pain. 50% of patients will be fine once you tell them what the cause of their pain could be, and if anything can be done or cannot be done, because the distress is removed. And further, if there is a problem and which can be sorted out, what we tend to do is we tend to use what we call complementary, but then again, it's debatable which one is complementary. Is the Western medicine complementary or the Eastern medicine complementary? It's all debatable, yeah, in my opinion, at least. So we try physiotherapy, education, of course. Then we look at pharmacotherapy, then psychology, interventions, and surgery if necessary. That's the path we follow. Now, in all these things, in my opinion, if you look at pharmacotherapy, there are side effects. Yeah, but in some patients, what we also say is anything we do to relieve your pain is to improve your mobility and to be for them to be able to be more active, and that itself can be the treatment. So if you look at the other modalities which we use in terms of managing pain, let us leave the pharmacotherapy for the time being. Yeah, let us leave the interventions or surgery for the time being. In chronic conditions, when we can't sort of although we can find a pathology we can't do, or we can't find a pathology which can be sort of cured, in such patients, managing those pain, that type of pain, is most important. And in my opinion, lots of modalities that have been sort of that have stood the test of time for thousands of years, especially from India, from China, from other countries in the East, they've all survived thousands of years of rigorous examination. So there must be something in it. And in my opinion, there's a lot in it. So as Rajiv was telling, we have to integrate the Western and the Eastern medicine to get the optimal sort of outcome for a given patient. And in my opinion, the skills that the patients will get by understanding and managing chronic pain, I mean to say non-pharmacological, non-intervention type of management to the chronic pain, will help them in any other chronic disease. Uh, 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 like, for example, yoga and meditation, naturopathy, or relaxation techniques like Tai Chi, Pilates, or you name it, there are so many of them. Yeah. Those skills are transferable. Whatever you learn from them not only helps the chronic pain patients, but they can help in other chronic conditions which other patients may have or they themselves may have. So, in my opinion, Western medicine probably helps in treating more severe acute conditions. But once that is gone past, I think, for want of better word, I'll use Eastern medicine. Eastern medicine will take over that and can complement what's already been done and sustain the relief or the improvement that's been done. So, in my opinion, there has to be a combination of both. If a person learns relaxation, it applies to the whole of their life, not necessarily that particular episode. If they get another chronic condition, stresses of life, they can implement that. Yoga and physiotherapy and meditation can help in every walks of life, not only pain. So I think the Eastern medicine looks at more broader picture of a human being, not specific to the back or the neck or the shoulder or the knee joint. So in my opinion, a combination of both will be the best. Now, to sum it up and conclude, I tell my patients when they come to see me that they have to use multiple modalities to manage their symptoms. I give an example to them. This is more of an Indian example, I can say. I'll tell them, if you eat chili, it tastes chili. Too much of chili will burn your mouth and it will not help you. If you eat salt, it tastes salty. If you eat pepper, it tastes pepper. If you eat another spice, it tastes another spice. But if you mix all the spices in small quantities, it becomes a curry. Yeah. Now, what's happened here is each spice has contributed to its effect and also enhanced the other spice in right proportions. So I tell them, education and learning about your pain is one spice. Physiotherapy, yoga, meditation is another spice. Yeah. Relaxation is another spice. Pharmacotherapy is another spice. If patient needs intervention, there's another spice. Yeah. So if you're mixing all of them, if each of them help you, each modality helps you by 10 or 20%, you will need less of pharmacotherapy, which may have side effects, or intervention that may have side effects. Yeah. And put together, the outcome may be quite significant. So I try to educate them using metaphors so that they understand better. Now, a patient comes with back pain. I tell them, if there's a wall, yeah, like a wall, if it is weak, for want of a better word, either you replace the wall or strengthen the wall. So you can't change your spine. So you have to strengthen the muscles around it by physiotherapy, exercise, and the place where we feel the pain by understanding what the nature of the pain is, yoga, meditation, and other things. Of course, there is a role for Ayurveda, there is a role for homeopathy, there is a role for acupuncture. Every patient is different. So you need to cater to their needs. So before they go, I remind them the curry example so that they understand that multiple things have to be used to manage their chronic pain. And education, I think, is very important as well. With this short sort of a presentation, I'll just conclude my thoughts on chronic pain. Thank you, Raju, and everybody.
Perfect. It is so good. I think your example of curry is perfect because we know that each, as you said, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, a little bit, each one, it has got its own value, but they are not complete in themselves. But put together, it just helps immensely. So thank you very much for sharing that. And this is your kind of bread and butter. You do pain management every single day. And if you are saying yourself that, there is a big role of other things, which include the Eastern medicine. So Eastern medicine has got years and years and years of experience of dealing it. At times they say, oh, there is not enough evidence of this, that, but I think, it doesn't matter. If your pain has got better, you don't need evidence or research paper for that. However, we'll try and build it. So this is the other part, we're trying to work on it. And I think as the time goes, we'll probably take more projects and we'll do more research. Hopefully we'll get some funding as well so that we can do some more trials. But without any need of any of these trials, there is proven fact that things have worked, as you mentioned, for decades and centuries. Why are we not using it? It's just being egoistic that yes, we are medical, modern medicine doctors, and therefore we will not use other therapies, and that's not right. So I think let's try and bring it together. Thank you very much. I might try and invite other medical doctor who is open to and thinking about Eastern medicine and actually has taken it like now even a career. He is based in Italy. So I think it will be really, really good to invite Antonio, who is a friend.
And Rajiv, just before we invite your co-host, Professor Ish Sharma from Mauritius is here as well. Let's say hello to him. He's on the screen with you, and then we invite Antonio from Italy.
Ah, cool, lovely. Thank you so much. So again, Ish and I have very common. We were both like originally from a place called Jodhpur. He schooled in the same school as I was um, when we were little kids. And it's interesting. Ish is based in Mauritius. He is a professor of Ayurveda. We are talking. We are kind of bringing big limelight to Ayurveda here. And he has done immense amount of work. Together, we have worked on this integrated healthcare for a couple of years now, and I think there are big projects to take place. But Ish, I would want you to say a few words about it, and then we'll bring Antonio in.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajiv. A global namaste to all. And we are really heading towards, I believe, a very meaningful conclusion to what I started with Dr. Rajiv Gupta and Neil, that we should be undertaking one cross training with integrative medicine, where we take one subject. It can be like a pain management, for example, and we have multiple experts coming in exactly to Mauritius, and then they try to pitch their own system. Like, I'm from Tai Chi, this is my evidence. I'm from homeopathy, I'm from Ayurveda, I'm from naturopathy, meditation, Then we brainstorm and we come up with a white paper, a recommendation, like, okay, for this kind of pain, is it a neuralgia or arthritis or like a pain of unknown origin, what can be proposed? Okay, maybe like 10% of the Western medicine, 5% of Ayurveda, 10% of meditation. We propose a real scientific paper to everyone, including WHO, that this is our take upon maybe diabetes or Alzheimer's or pain or whatever, low immunity or viral infections. I believe someday this idea will see the day of light, where I will be able to host multiple experts for like a 7 day or like a 1 or 2 weeks retreat, where we brainstorm and we would be able to finalize upon, okay, this is the integrative approach to diabetes or pain or XYZ conditions. So looking forward to that day, Dr. Rajiv. Wonderful to listen to the analogy given by Dr. Sanjeev Gupta of this curry. This is exceptionally worthwhile, so intrigue and so like interesting. And the diseases really have become so huge that one system might not undo them. That is where integration, as you put forward the theme today, it was not a poem, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. So we have to pursue that, I believe. Over to you.
Ish, thank you very much. Rajiv, there is a quick question from Kamlesh. Simple question is asking that if you take the Western and Eastern medicine together, would you have a side effect? Just a quick answer. Over.
So just a very straightforward answer is that there would be and there will be side effects irrespective. You take one or the other, and if you take two together, there is same possibility of side effects. Now, people think of interaction. There might be marginally more interaction and more side effects, but I do not believe taking the two together will cause more problems. And this is the thing I want to kind of bring it together. If the two systems understand each other, they would be able to find medicine or the treatment or the healing method which is mutually acceptable by both rather than contradicting both.
Thank you, Rajiv. That's beautiful. Rajiv, there's just something I want you to just quickly promote because we are doing this 30-day trial. Just tell us quickly a bit more about it. You see now it's a 30-day healthy living program. So people can scan this code now. We'll come back with one of the guests contribute a bit later. And then Rajiv, this has started already, isn't it? People are joining already.
Yes, absolutely. It's like the other part that healthy living is very different than just being healthy, because you become healthy, but also living everyday life, physical, mental, emotional, and social well-being is the complete healthy living, which is not just being disease free. And therefore, this 30 days program is designed in a way that people will have different methods to practice, 30 ways of expressing themselves, 30 ways of eating healthy food, 30 ways of doing the activity and exercise in daily life. It's immense program. It took a long time. It's brilliant. I think people should join it. A lot of people have joined it. The initial part of the program is having one challenge every day, which is going to be very simple. But as they progress in life, it will become bigger and better. And
Thank you. Thank you, Rajiv. And we're going to bring the scan code again because it's important for people also into social media. And over to Dr. Antonio Morandi. Rajiv, is all yours.
fantastic. So let me welcome with a big hand to Antonio Morandi, who is a medical doctor in neurology, graduated in Ayurveda. So you can see it's a double graduation. And this second one has happened from none other country but India and Pune, UTNAT International College, and that's since 2001. So that's 21 years, well, 22 years from now. He is the founder and director of the Ayurvedic Point in Milan, Italy, and he's the president of the Italian Scientific Society of Ayurvedic Medicine. So you can imagine that people who know both sides, they are in much better position to advise and accept and give you the right like a solution, because people in one camp, I say, just feel that other camp is not better and we are better. So it's like one of those things. So he has done master course in the health systems, traditional and non-conventional medicine. So conventional medicine brought together with the non-conventional medicine. University of Milano Bionica, Italy, and he's a member of the non-conventional medicines committee. And he's practicing it every single day. Even today, he has students he was teaching, and I'm so grateful that his whole day is packed. He's teaching them, but he has taken time out for us today to share his thoughts, his practices, and he has brought his students as well to listen all it. So all floor is yours. Thank you so much. All to you, Antonia.
Thank you, Rajiv. You've been very kind, and thank you to the organizer, to you, to Nil Kumar for inviting me to share my experience, actually our experience of all my team. And yes, you're right. We have to take the best from every system of knowledge together. But I think that it is very important to mutually understand what we're speaking about, because it's very simple to say that modern medicine can use in some way, can interface with traditional knowledge, but modern medicine should understand what is working, not if it is working, because for example, Ayurveda is working, but the important thing is to understand how it is working and why it is working, and to convey this kind of understanding to modern medicine in such a way that from this mutual experience and exchange of knowledge, we can really arrive to a higher paradigm of health. Today, I would like to share with you about some consideration that we are doing about neuropathic pain. And we are speaking about pain. And if I can share my screen, okay, here it is. I think this one. Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it. Perfect.
Okay, very good. Very, very, very good. So I will speak about neuropathic pain. Neuropathic pain is one of the wild beasts in medicine and one of the wild beasts in pain management. And I think that is very important to see what, for example, Ayurveda can do in helping this kind of patients. Few words about what is neuropathic pain, because probably not all of us understand deeply, if we are not a doctor or a neurologist, what is the importance of neuropathic pain. Neuropathic pain is a complex chronic pain state that usually is accompanied by tissue injury. The nerve fibers themselves might be damaged, dysfunctional, or injured. These damaged nerve fibers send incorrect signals to other pain centers. This is the definition of neuropathic pain, and it is something that, for modern medicine is something really, really difficult to treat. It is some pain that is arising from a direct lesion of a nerve or a somatosensory system. The prevalence of neuropathic pain is incredibly high. 7 to 8% of the European population is affected. And in 5% of these people, it may be very severe. And this is the number. If we take 750 million, the population of the Europe, as a few days ago Worldometer was showing, we have a prevalence approximately of over 56 million of people suffering of neuropathic pain. In Italy, 4.2 people, and over 5 million in UK. So it's a huge amount of people that are suffering, huge amount of people which are really, having a terrible life, because the neuropathic pain is a terrible way of feeling pain. There are many causes for neuropathic pain. Some of the common are amputation, back, leg, and hip problems, cancer, chemoradiotherapy, diabetes, facial nerve problem, herpes zoster, and surgery, trauma. There are many, many causes. And we can divide neuropathic pain from peripheral and central neuropathic pain. And, neuropathic pain is something that I like very much because, as you said, I am a neurologist. And one of the reasons why I entered in Ayurveda is because a neurologist is someone that knows everything but cannot do anything. And I don't like this very much. Actually, I found in Ayurveda some possibilities to have some kind of results. So the main symptoms of neuropathic pain is shooting and burning pain, tingling and numbness. These people are affected 24 hours a day by this kind of pain. I have patients that cannot sit, they cannot stand. Sometimes the life of a person with a neuropathic pain is a terrible life. And normally, neuropathic pain is associated with poor general health in every dimension in which health is assessed: physical, psychological, and social. So the life of these people is really miserable from all the point of view. So health and function are worse in neuropathic pain than with non-neuropathic pain of the same severity, because of the nature of the pain which is felt, which is completely different. And also the intensity of neuropathic pain, rather than the causes, the most important factor in determining the extent of on the health impact. Signs and symptoms of this type of pain are perceived as strange, unpleasant, and distressing. And so they impact the quality of life, because this pain is a kind of pain which is not only the feeling of pain, but that distract from everyday activity. It distracts the attention from what you are doing. And patients with neuropathic pain make greater use of healthcare facilities and specialist services, such as neurologists or pain specialists, than any other, because they want to find a solution. And it's very difficult that they find a solution. And also, they are often poorly responsive to appropriate pharmacology, appropriate pharmacotherapy. I mean, they very difficult to respond to appropriate pharmacotherapy. So it's an enormous cost in terms of quality of life and money also. Money, because it's a huge amount of money which are spent for not only the assistance of the people, but for, the loss of work. that are derived from these people. There are the treatments, the conventional treatments are pharmacological and non-pharmacological. But you know, this is a sentence from the British Medical Journal of a few years ago. The myriad mechanisms involved in neuropathic pain overlap considerably with non-neuropathic pain and other neurological conditions, and the effective motivational component of chronic pain make neuropathic pain notoriously refractory to treatment. So there are pharmacological and non-pharmacological, but both of them do not always succeed in relieving this pain. These are just a list of some pharmacological treatments for neuropathic pain. There are a lot. They are acting on NMDA receptor, on the sympathetic ganglia. There are many treatments for neuropathic pain from a pharmacological point of view. But not always they are effective, but they have a lot of side effects. You know, gabapentin, pregabalin, carbamazepine, oxcarbazepine, they have, you know, sedation, dizziness, headache. Then there are the antidepressant, the duloxetine, the opioids, tramadol. All of these drugs, they act up to a certain extent, and there is a huge side effect. And the problem is that even if they have an action, you know, they are dose dependent. After a while, you need to increase the dose. And if you increase the dose, you increase the side effects. And so the life of these people is worsened not only by the pain, but the side effect of the painkillers. And from a non-pharmacological point of view, you have physical, surgical, and psychological intervention. And all of these, you know, TENS, PENS, dresotomy, functional, cognitive, and behavioral therapies, all these are possible to, you know, to adopt. But as, you know, the surgical are pretty invasive because, you know, we are speaking about the destruction of nociceptive fibers or to implantation of some kind of electric stimulation device. And not always they are very expensive, they are very stressful, and not always they give the hoped results. And also acupuncture. Acupuncture, actually, from a non-pharmacological point of view, is one of the most important treatment and one of the most effective, actually, I have to say, for this kind of pain. But let's see, through a case report that we have multiplied in many other cases, what Ayurveda can do in this kind of people, and how the observation that we can have through Ayurveda can be used also to understand better, you know, modern medicine. We have a patient, male, Caucasian, 58 years old, sorry, that was a carpenter. This person had also a type 1 diabetes, and he developed a severe neuropathic pain after a lesion of the ilioinguinal nerve during a lumbotomy for renal cancer. So this is the situation. This person, carpenter, very heavy work, could not work anymore because of this problem that he had after the lumbotomy. Just to have an idea for the people which are not aware of what is a lumbotomy, is a kind of surgery that it is done to remove a cancer at the renal level. So, you know, there is this cut here that is done in this lumbar area, which in this case affected this nerve here, and this nerve was cut. And so the pain that resulted, it had the projection in the T12 and L1. So this was the area where this person was feeling the pain. And this pain was excruciating. It was always present there. And it was continuous. It was rating on an NRS scale on 8 to 9, hugely high. This is the scale of numeric rating scale of pain. And 8-9 is the top, that is severe pain, which is disabling, and the person that has experienced this kind of pain is unable to perform activity day of living. So this person was absolutely, it was not possible to live, not only to work, but to live. And of course, this person developed, in addition, insomnia, depression, because he was unable to attend this work. So this person tried with every kind of, at least many type of conventional treatments, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, morphine, pregabalin, antidepressant, benzodiazepine. For 6 months he tried, but no one had effect. He tried acupuncture, and acupuncture had only limited effect because there was a pain reduction for 2 to 3 hours after the sit, but then the pain was starting again. So the life of this person was completely nullified by this pain. This pain had a kapha pitta prakriti, with more kapha and less pitta. If we look these patients from a qualitative, we make a qualitative analysis of the condition of these patients using the vata, pitta, and kapha of evaluation of Ayurveda, we see that the origin of the pain was a lesion, that is vata. They were peripheral nerve, vata again. Pain characteristic, continuous with irregular peaks, vata and kapha. Kapha because it's continuous, vata because of the irregular peaks. Shooting, which is vata. Burning, which is pitta. Insomnia associated as an associated symptom, which was vata. And anxious depression, which was both vata and pitta. From the complexive analysis of these patients, of the symptoms of these patients, we may derive that these patients had a vata vikriti, because vata is the most representative evaluation of the symptoms. And so we decided the following therapeutic schedule. We stopped all the conventional drugs, as also acupuncture, because we wanted to see what was working from an Ayurvedic point of view. So we wanted to lower the variable. And we started with an oral administration of ashwagandha, shilajit, and triphala. And sarvanga abhyanga with Dhanvantara Thaila alternated with external basti with Kottam Chukati Thaila on the lombotomy side. 2 sessions a week. 2 sessions a week. Both treatment associated with 15 minutes of shiropichu, which is, a kind of compress with oil on the forehead of the person, always with Dhanvantara Thaila. And this treatment for 4 months, twice a week for 4 months. And also, this patient was advised to have, a better lifestyle, also nutritional advice, to finalize and complement the therapy. So for 4 months, we went with this kind of therapy. This is just to give you an idea what was the external basti. Is this kind of volcano made out with paste of wheat flour and filled with this medicated oil. Warm medicated oil was kept inside for a certain amount of time and was alternated on sarvanga abhyanga, which is a whole body massage with a particular kind of technique and a particular kind, as I told you, medicated oil. This kind of oil have this kind of ushna, sthira, guru, and snigdha qualities, which are warm, stable, heavy, unctuous, lubrificant, characteristic. But this kind of oil, Kottam Chukati, has also some kind of it dries up the tissues, dries up.
Antonio, sorry to interrupt you. In case you are sharing a PowerPoint, we are only seeing the fixed screen which shows new findings on pain management in Ayurveda. If you can propagate so your screen to the current talk, so the screen shows the slides. Unmute yourself, please. Over.
You didn't see anything of the slide that I showed before, up to now?
At this end, Antonio, the slide has been frozen just to new findings on pain management, but we've only got about 5-6 minutes left. So what you do, Antonio, just bring it to the current time and please show the slides from here on. And unmute yourself. Over.
Okay, so you didn't see any of the slides that I presented?
Yes, it's not coming here.
But why you didn't tell me before?
The host should have been watching to tell you, but no worry. I just saw this.
No, this is a big problem because I'm very, very sorry about this.
No worry, but everybody's
common, it's very
enjoying because
common.
they're following your chat because you were very clear.
What you were talking was more important than the slides,
Yes,
so it's okay.
yes.
Okay. Let's go on. So what I'm doing is I stop the sharing of the screen.
Yes, please. Okay.
But I cannot share. I cannot do anything.
Just talk. That's okay. What you're talking is more important.
I don't know. I don't see how. No, because now I don't. It's blocked. Everything is blocked. Can you?
Let me help you, Antonio. Let me help you. One moment. Just bear with me one moment and yes,
Okay.
you are back on. It's all you, Antonio. You are there now.
Okay. So what we got as a result, very quickly, sharp decrease of pain, just from 8.5, that was the pain of the perceived pain, we arrived to, at the end of the 4 months, at 2.5, which is mild pain. And after the follow-up, it was again still 2.5. So this person was able to have regular sleep. Of course, there was decrease of anxiety, improved mood, and he was able to retake the working activity. So, and these improvements were still consistent after 4 months of follow-up from the end of treatments and medication. Now, the fact that what is important now is the discussion, actually, because neuropathic pain is a condition determined by the deranged expression of Vata Guna, according to Ayurveda. And oral administration of ashwagandha, shilajit, and triphala with the sarvanga bhyanga and with the external basti, with Kottam Chukadi, were able to modify the perception of this pain. And also, Shiropichu was acting on the Ranjit Manas mind and was strengthening the action of the treatment with giving more stability to the mind. But what is more important is a comparative discussion, because from a modern point of view, the mechanism of action of neuropathic pain is nerve transmission derangement, or cytokines, or calcitonin gene-related peptide, or alteration of membrane channels. Now, if we make some kind of insight on how Ayurvedic physical treatment may act on this concept of modern concept, we have to take in consideration the skin. How is made the skin? The skin is made out of keratinocyte. Keratinocyte is the predominant cell type in the epidermis. 95% of these cells are keratinocyte. Keratinocyte produce keratin in the process of differentiating in the dead cell and fully keratinized cell of the stratum corneum. And like neurons, keratinocytes are derived from the ectoderm and express a wide variety of neurochemical properties. Moreover, epidermal keratinocytes have a dynamic, stratified neurochemical organization that may play a role in sensory transduction and modulatory of sensory ending function. Now, Keratin has the characteristic of Vata. Stratum corneum has the characteristic of Vata and is connected with Ashtidhatu, which is the tissue of the bone. And also the action of the keratinocyte like neurons and also the neurochemical organization are all characteristic by Vata. Thus, these are characteristics that, according to Ayurveda, are in relation with Vata. Recently, has been found that the keratinocyte express calcitonin G-related peptide beta, and this is a very important implication for neuropathic and inflammatory pain mechanism. So, thus, we think that the calcitonin gene-related peptide, which is produced by the keratinocyte, may be an important factor in the perception of the pain. And we know that the thyla that we are using, the medicated oil that we are using, they are acting on the Vata, which is associated with the keratin, which is associated with the calcitonin gene-related peptide. So, we may think that there is a direct effect on the action of calcitonin gene-related peptide by the Ayurvedic thyla, because calcitonin gene-related peptides is expressed by keratinocyte in the epidermis, which is Vata. Keratinocyte-derived calcitonin gene-related peptide beta modulate epidermal homeostasis and chronic pain, which is another kind of Vata characteristic. The calcitonin gene-related peptide expression is increased in human chronic pain. And, keratinocyte-derived beta calcitonin G-related peptide have an important role in chronic pain mechanism. So it's very suggestive that the Ayurvedic physical treatment with thyla, with this medicated oil, pacifying Vata, may act on keratinocyte modulating the beta calcitonin gene-related peptide expression. This is important also considering the membranes, because these oils are based on sesame oil, and vegetable oils, and in particular sesame oil, deeply penetrate skin layers, seeping through and integrate in the lipids of the membrane. And the fatty acid influence the membrane fluidity, and also, of course, the membrane receptor and channel activities. In fact, diabetic neuropathy is characterized by lower fatty acid contents in peripheral nerves, and we have diabetic neuropathies there. So also considering this fact, this influence of the thyla on the membranes, we may suggest that Ayurvedic thyla may stabilize the lipidic membrane and contribute to the restoration of nerve transmission as well as neuropeptide discharge. Finally, if we go back to the mechanism of action of neuropathic pain, we have that nerve transmission and derangement is connected always with Vata and with Prana and Vyana especially. The cytokines with Vyana and Bhutakini, which are connected with this kind of tissues. The calcitonin gene-related peptide with Prana, Vyana, Sadhaka, and Brajaka Pitta. And alteration of membrane channels is connected with Prana and Vyana. What I want to say? I want to say that Ayurveda can explain all these different mechanisms of action, which modern medicine is not able to take them together in relationship, while all these mechanisms of action are simultaneously existing, and of course, according to the single case, expressing more one than the other, because all of these mechanisms of action are related to Vata. So, since Ayurvedic physical treatment with thyla mainly pacify Vata, and Anvantara and Kontabchunkadi Thyla specifically pacified Vata expression, we can say that this thyla could modulate pain perception through action on nerve transmission, cytokines, calcitonin gene-related peptide expression, and membrane channel. And also, there is also a additional role at the psychological level with the Shiropichu, which is the application on the forehead of this thyla. And of course, the oral administration, and I finish, the oral administration of ashwagandha, shilajit, and triphala reinforce and facilitate the action of physical treatment. With this, the conclusion are two. First, this study indicates that Ayurveda may offer a safe and effective therapeutical option in patients with refractory neuropathic pain, with significant additional savings on direct and indirect cost of the disease. And the second conclusion is that Ayurvedic physical treatment, also in combination with conventional therapies, could be helpful in patients suffering from chronic conditions with Vata Pitta Vikriti, often induced by prolonged illness. These conditions may range from neuropathic and chronic pain to inflammation and neurochemical, as well as skin disorders. And with this, I finish, and I'm very sorry that you could not see my presentation. Thank you very much.
We can send it, we can later on. That's fantastic. I think what you were talking made a lot of sense. And that is why it is important at times to focus on the message you were giving. And from what I hear, the important message was 17%, which is like European population out of 50 million is suffering from the pain, and 56 million in Italy itself. And you have expressed how different methods of different like Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and how you have mapped it to the neuropathic pain. And this neuropathic pain, which is a complete like nightmare for majority of the medical practitioners who are dealing with the pain. And I hope Sanjeeva is still here, and probably there are a lot more neuro pain consultants here who are dealing with the day and night. Agree that if we can use what you have shown just now, would be extremely useful. And you have the knowledge of both sides. So I think that's fantastic. I think we have a couple of questions. I don't know, we are a little bit tight with time. You may have one or two questions if they are short one. I think majority have been answered. My view is that we should be able to, we can have one question. Thank you for presentation. Antonio, if you can just plug in here the presentation onto the Zoom, or you send it to me, we will find if there is any appropriate time we can just share with that.
Yes, I will do. I will send you the presentation. Yes, of course. If you want, I can send the PDF of the presentation or the presentation itself, because it's in Keynote, the presentation.
Fine. Send both and we'll decide what to do.
Okay.
But
I will.
I think it's extremely good. Can I ask you two questions very quickly? I think while we wait. That is more for clarification than anything else. And that is what this neuropathy, do we have some message like people can do themselves? Because when they go to a practitioner, which is Ayurvedic doctor, yes, he treats and heals them different way. And you have shown there is good evidence for the benefit of it. On the other hand, do you think we can give the message, if you have this, use this? I'm thinking it's more universal application for people who are audience today.
I mean, this was just a case report, because it depends on which kind of neuropathy, of neuropathic pain you have. Because there are some people, for example, that have pubic neuropathic pain, or perineal neuropathic pain, and to these people, we'll teach them to make their application, for example, of the thyla by themselves, so that they can do this every day at home. Of course, in this case, it was not possible. It was not possible because of the gravity of the problem, the severity of the problem, and also because there was the position which was needed, a particular kind of treatment. It depends. There are some situations in which it's possible to teach to the people. Actually, we are doing with many conditions. So we try to teach to the people how to do something by themselves, and they can come once a week, once every 2 weeks to the center to have a full treatment and then to renew the memory of the treatment every day by themselves at home.
Superb. So I think I must say thank you, and I believe that it has been extremely useful. Sorry, I'm on phone today. Normally, I'm on my my laptop or desktop, so I could see everything and I can spot. But I think overall, to me, we will try and find a way around to people. I know there are some more questions, but I know that you are busy.
No, yes, I have to
And
go
if there's
back to
any
the
other-
lesson to my students because
And-
otherwise.
And Rajiv and Antonio, your presentation, Antonio, was so fantastic. So if you send both formats on a WhatsApp to me, we will
Yes.
not only viral it on the WhatsApp group, but also into our integrated and Ayurveda group. Because even like Dr. Sanjeeva just said that the presentation will be very useful. So Antonio, ciao, thank you very much. It was beautiful. And Rajiv,
Bye-bye.
watch your screen so you can introduce her as well. Antonio, thank you very much.
Ciao. Thank you very much.
Jubilee. So that's fantastic, and I think it is so good to really have you. And I have been associated with you for a long time, and it is one thing which we cherish your value, your input. Okay, good. So that brings me to our next speaker, who is extremely vibrant and has 33 years of experience. Varsha is really very deep into the herbal medicine, herbal therapy, and how to use it for preserving health, and also how to magnify the effect of the modern herbal extracts for health. So now the benefit of her experience is the Western herbs, and together with she has got Indian and Ayurvedic herbs, and the third aspect is Chinese herbs. So she has kind of mastered all three aspects of it, and she was going to bring all that concoction together to maximize the benefit of these phytochemicals for the health and disease. So without further ado, let's invite to give welcome to Varsha.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. You can hear me well?
Yeah.
Brilliant. So today I was going to talk about busting some health myths. And then I realized that we are talking about pain as well. So there's a lot of misconception about pain. And that's what I wanted to talk about. Is that okay with you? Yeah.
Yep, perfect. Good.
Yeah. So I have some slides which I can share. Let's find them. Here we go.
We can see it if you can enlarge it.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Yep.
Lovely. Okay. So I just wanted to tell you a little bit about myself, as you've already introduced me, so that'll be very quick. I'm a member of the National Institute of Medical Herbalists, and I've been qualified medical herbalist since 2011. But I've been working in this field, even unqualified, for many, many years. I think that working alongside other people is a very, very good way to move forward because we're talking about transformative medicine here today as well. And I think that working alone is not the way to work. I think that it's very important for us to collaborate, to mix the different modalities and learn from all the modalities together. So it's really wonderful that we brought together here, doctors, Ayurvedic specialists, herbal, nutrition, everybody is here. So that's a nice thing. So I'd like to tell you about what I do with chronic pain. So chronic pain, if you've had chronic pain, it basically means that you've had pain long term for many, many years. And there could be all sorts of reasons for that. It could be that your condition is not being treated in the way that it needs to be treated, or it could be that you're not on the right medication. It could be that there are some other underlying causes. That's the kind of stuff we're going to explore today. So my presentation is going to bring up a lot of thought-provoking questions for you rather than giving you actual answers. but it's going to enable you to reflect and think about maybe looking at your problem in a different way. So have you been maybe increasing your medication, but the problem still carries on? Maybe you're just masking the root cause. You're just, using painkillers to cover up something, but not dealing with why it's really happening. Or it could be that the root causes are some things that you don't even realize. They may be from years ago. They might be emotional reasons. So those are the kinds of things we want to explore. And one of the key things that you find when there is pain is inflammation. So on a physical level, in the area that you have the pain, for example, if you had knee pain, you would get a lot of inflammation there. Inflammation basically means that things get very red, they get hot, they get painful, and there's swelling. And the body is amazing. It enables you to stop using that joint. So the pain stops you using the joint, but also you lose function because of the swelling and the tightness there. So it's almost like your body's forcing you to rest that joint. So that's the first thing I'd like you to kind of think about, that your body is amazing and it's on your side. It's never against you. It's never fighting against you. It's trying to help you. So kind of saying, oh, damn this knee, think, well, this knee is actually giving me some help. It's stopping me from injuring myself further. And I need to look at why this is happening. So kind of looking into that whole process. If as a child you've ever grazed your knee, cut yourself, you might look at that area now and there's no sign of it. It's all healed up. So that is proof to you that your body can heal itself. And that's what I wanted to empower you with. You need to understand that your body's ability to heal itself is amazing. Sometimes the inflammation just gets carried away and it doesn't switch off. So those are the kinds of things that I've written down there that could be happening when you have inflammation that is carrying on when we don't want it to carry on. For example, inflammatory bowel disease. Sometimes people might have had a bacteria or a virus or a parasite, and then that problem is gone, but the bowel is still reacting. The bowel's inflammation and inflammatory response is just not switching off. So how do we, switch that off and help the body? So first we need to find out, is the problem still there? We need to deal with that root cause. Otherwise, if the problem is not there and it's just inflammatory response carrying on, then we need to learn how to manage inflammation. And there are hundreds of herbs that can help you with inflammation, hundreds and hundreds. In all cultures, all countries will have lots and lots of herbs available. That's just a demonstration of what I was talking about. This is all the Latin names for all the signs of inflammation. So one of the first things that we can work with is diet, because that's something we do every day. We eat every day. So it's the biggest impact we can give to our body. So using an anti-inflammatory diet that's low in acidic foods and is nourishing is going to be really, really beneficial. Also, stress can also make you quite have an acidic environment in your body as well and cause inflammation. So what we're trying to do here is when we have that inflammation, we don't want to exacerbate it. When we had that scab on the knee when we fell over as a child, if we keep picking it, it doesn't heal. So when we eat the wrong foods, it's like that. We're adding to the problem. We keep picking at the scab, and then what happens is that the inflammation carries on and on and on. So make sure that we're not doing that by having the wrong foods. One of the worst foods is sugar, very acidic, and it can come in all sorts of different labels. So there's many hidden sugars in our food that we need to look out for, especially processed foods. High fructose corn syrup is one of the worst because it's almost like sugar going straight into your blood with a drip. So you really need to look at your labels. This is the number one thing that you should be doing. Don't go to the supermarket and just put things in your basket. Think about what you're buying. Look at the labels, read all the ingredients. If you don't know what they mean, we are in a very technological era. We can Google and we can find out what it means. And we can find out that this is a sugar, this is a type of sugar, or they label them in different names so that we don't realize that they're sugar. But have a look. Then there's also the oils in our food. In our diet, there's many different types of oils. So some are good oils, some are bad oils, and we need to recognize. So we have omega-3, 6, and 9 in our diet. Omega-3s are very good. Omega-6 and 9 are not so good. So think about this. Some people take supplements of these products, omega-3, 6, and 9. But do you need 6 and 9? Maybe we don't need 6 and 9 because we're creating an imbalance. We already have too much 6 and 9. Maybe we just need to be working on omega-3 foods, which are often from fish and things like that. But if you're vegetarian or vegan, then you can get them from things like walnuts and so forth. Yeah. So eat an anti-inflammatory, low acidic diet. The other thing I wanted to explore with you with inflammation and also the way the body is treated by doctors, for example, is that we look at one particular part of the body and we treat that one part. But as the previous two doctors have said, Dr. Morandi was saying that, looking at the body as a whole is much better, and not looking at just one individual target is a much better approach. So if we think of our bodies as very complex, we're never going to understand them fully. Nature or God, whoever you want to believe in, has actually made us very, very complex. We'll never understand fully every single detail. But also, nature or Mother Earth has made us have lovely plants around us that are also complex. And they also have lots of lovely complex plant chemicals within them. So looking at the body in that way, you can realize that actually, we do need complex medicine, not individualized, like very reductionist medicine. Rather than reductionist, we need a broader spectrum medicine. So if you have a look at this article, this was in 2006. In here, it's saying that in searching for new and effective therapeutics, it might be useful to use a systems chemistry approach to modify integrated outcomes rather than targeting single molecules with the hope that the desired systemic effect might be generated. In other words, it is likely that creating a new homeostasis will require the modification of more than one target. There's some words there that you might not know. Homeostasis is referring to balance in our body. So what they're saying is that to reach that homeostasis, we need to target more than one area. That's what they're researching. But we already do that with plants. Every day you're doing that, whether you're a herbalist or whether you're just an average person eating your food every day, you're a herbalist because you're putting plant chemicals in your body every time you eat. So you're already targeting all these different areas. So this is amazing. We're already, we have access to this. It's very cheap. It's available to most people. So think about what you're eating on a regular basis, and then you can top it up with herbs. Herbs are just food, specialized food. So think of herbs in that way. And incorporate herbs and spices into your diet, like Dr. Morandi was saying and Dr. Gupta, about, curries and spices and flavors and colors. It's amazing. So one of the most researched herb is turmeric, or spice, I should say. turmeric or haldi, hardar, whatever you want to call it. Curcuma longa is its Latin name. And it's had lots and lots of research done on it. And it's really effective for pain from the perspective of reducing inflammation. Okay, so when we reduce inflammation, we reduce the pain because that tightness and that stretching that's restrictive becomes easier. So that's why turmeric is good. And it's been known to have effects on all these different areas. Curcumin is the active constituent within turmeric, and it has been proven to be useful in things like cystic fibrosis, Parkinson's, liver cirrhosis, eczema, heart problems, gallstones, cancer. It actually stops angiogenesis from happening as well, where the tumor pulls out more blood vessels to help itself grow. It can stop that. So it's an amazing, amazing herb. So I thought I'll talk about that one. Include it in your diet. Really easy to do that. You can add it to Asian foods, obviously, but you can also add it to Western foods. You can add it to pasta sauce. You can add it to hummus. Whatever you want to add it to, experiment and try and include it in your diet. Yeah. The other thing that I wanted to explore was pain on the level of emotional injury. So when we've experienced something painful in our lives as an emotion, in terms of maybe an injustice or a trauma or fear, then this can manifest in the brain as an inflammation as well. So when we talk about depression or kind of injury to the brain in that way, we don't feel the pain in our head, but we feel something is not right. And the same thing happens, that you don't want to use your brain. It's inflamed, but you don't feel it as inflamed. You don't feel the pain, but there is inflammation. All your immune cells go there, and your body starts to wanting you to rest it. So you don't want to call people, you don't want to visit people, you don't want to mix with people, and you fall into a depression. But just like I said, when your knee can heal, your brain can heal as well. So we can use anti-inflammatory herbs, we can use anti-inflammatory food, and we need to give it time. Just like it takes time to heal our knee, it will take time. So these are some of the herbs that I often use with this kind of pain. Saffron, St. John's wort, bacopa, like Brahmi and things like that. So amazing. Thymoleptic herbs are mood lifting herbs. We like to use those as well. Things like rose, very, very deep effect rose can have on the body. It can work on deep emotions and bring them out. So sometimes you can give somebody rose and it will make them cry. And that's a good thing because the emotion that's stuck inside can be released. And you'll be amazed that sometimes this kind of release can then make pain somewhere else in the body just disappear. So I have a friend who's an osteopath. He told me that he had patients where they might have slipped disc, and he would see that on the X-ray, and the doctors would say, until you have that fixed, your pain is not going to be resolved. So the osteopath works on this patient, works for a few weeks, months on this patient, and then they go again for the X-ray. The X-ray comes back that the slip disc is still there, no change, but there's no pain anymore. The person can actually function, the pain is gone, only because they've had some kind of therapy, some manual therapy. Now, some people talk about placebo effect. They talk about the effect of like just something. They don't understand it. You could give somebody a sugar pill and it would work. So that people believe in placebo effect. Could it be that? It's another question for you to think about. I'm not going to come up with answers today.
I think that's very useful, Varsha. I think these points are actually so valuable that many people know that there are so many herbal things, but they don't know specifics. So it's good
Mm.
to have those questions so that people start thinking, and there's a lot of knowledge across, so they can try and think and work and
This is
explore.
it, because I think, the expert in your health is you. The practitioner, whether it be a doctor, an osteopath, a herbalist, anybody, they are there to facilitate your healing. They are just a guide. They're going to guide you, maybe help you explore different things. The real healing happens by yourself. You need to believe that you yourself have the ability to heal. And that is an amazing power that you can have. If you believe in it, it can do amazing things for you. Yeah.
Fantastic
So
message.
yeah. um, Similarly with autoimmune conditions, often autoimmune conditions, sometimes they are triggered by stress. We say stress, but it's a trauma of some sort, whether it be emotional or physical. It doesn't really matter. It could be biochemical, it could be bacterial, viral, all these things. But then the body is just caught up in a system of trying to deal with it, and is trying to help you, but it's making some mistakes. So you need to help that body to deal with that. Um, and how we deal with that is try and find the root causes, find the actual reason why this has happened in the first place. Once we know that, we can treat it. And the ability to heal is, yourself, and having that belief in yourself is absolutely key in that whole process. So it can take time. We have to allow time, because our illness didn't come just like that. It came over time. So it takes time to heal. So giving yourself time is very important. We live in a very fast-paced society where we want a quick fix. We want a pill, and then we want healing instant. But it doesn't work like that. If you want deep healing that doesn't reoccur, then you need to take time to do that.
I'm thinking, Varsha, are this a lot more
No,
to?
no, that's it. We can skip this. I was just going to say that it's important to include fats in your diet. It's important to think that cholesterol is not always bad for us, and stress is not always bad for us. Yeah, so just have a think. Without stress, you wouldn't succeed. Without stress, a plant would not thrive, you know. Um, so just kind of remember that your body is a potent thing. And just wanted to let you know that we have some lovely nervine supporting herbs and adaptogens, which allow your body to cope better with stress. Yeah. There's one of the wonderful adaptogens I love to use is tulsi, beautiful herb. It helps with anxiety. It helps with your adrenal system as well. So lovely thing. Be safe with herbs. Don't just buy anything online, and just get some advice. I skipped that bit. Disclaimer, basically, yeah, just make sure that you know what you're doing with herbs. If you're unsure, always get some professional advice. And I'm happy for people to WhatsApp me and ask a question. I'm happy to answer. Yeah.
Fantastic. It was so useful and practically put in a simple way together. So thank you very much for that,
I
Varsha.
hope that helps people to, work on themselves at home.
Yeah, it's really good because real life is that we all are here to connect to the new, with nature. We always feel good when we are in the natural surroundings. But because of
Definitely.
work pressure, family, urbanization, we are not able to do it all the time.
Mm.
However, this is one way how we can use the things given by nature to us so that we can help becoming better. So It was fantastic presentation, very useful.
Thank you. I hope it helped.
Perfect. It was wonderful. It's so good. So once again, I think we can move to the next speaker, and which is again in a sequence, coming back to the chronic pain in a very different way. And as Dr. Keshav Raj, he is Ayurveda expert, and he does a lot of chronic pain work, and that'll be good. So, Varsha, is there any last minute message you want to give to the people before we bring Keshav in?
Just believe in yourself and your body's ability to heal.
Fantastic message. It's so good. So let's connect back to nature. Herbs, herbs, herbs. We use herbs in our daily life, particularly people who are from Indian subcontinent. We use all food has herbs. Now, the quantity of the herbs used, like turmeric, in food is a lot different than the quantity we need for healing or for immunity building. It's much, 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 1,000 times higher. But if you use on a regular basis, body will have a recruitment mechanism. So the curcuma will really help. And same is ginger, pepper, all of them are extremely good. So fantastic. Hats off to you. Let's bring Keshav in. So, Keshav, are you on the board somewhere?
Namaste. Yes, I am here, sir.
So, let me introduce you. So, Keshav is a consultant Ayurveda physician, and he has done it from Bangalore, and he's assistant professor currently in Department of Kaya Chikitsa, and I believe Kaya is skin chikitsa is treatment. is Karavale Ayurveda Medical College Research Center in Bangalore. But I think more importantly, he's very enthusiastic, and he is also one of the other person who is interested in bringing the two sides together, the modern medicine or conventional medicine together with the Ayurveda. So at least that's quite a good thing. And chronic pain is something which is like persistently a problem. So I think let's hear from him what he has to say. After you, Keshav.
Namaste to all. I am really happy. I think, is it audible to everybody?
We can hear you.
Okay. So I'm really happy to meet you all, and it was a great pleasure for me. I'll introduce myself. I'm Dr. Keshav, as Dr. Rajisa told me. So I'm in Mangalore, in south part of India, and practicing Ayurveda since last 13, 14 years, and even working within a associate in a college. So I'm very happy to see two of my patients also, students also joined there, Mr. Dhanush and Ms. Shrija, both they joined in the session. I really happy to see them.
Okay.
Yeah. So good.
Do you want to? Do you need to share your slides or your?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. I will.
Remember that it happens intermittently, as discussed. At times the slides get stuck. So.
Okay. I'm trying
I'm on
to.
phone today normally. So if anybody else spotted, please do mention. If you want to start talking while you're looking, that's probably good.
So, Dr. Keshav, if you go at the bottom of the screen, you can see on the taskbar share.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to share my screen and not able to do it.
You are a co-host. You can share.
Okay.
You have the permission. Select what you want to share, please.
No, it's not able to find it.
Why don't you just keep talking? You know what you are talking.
Yeah, you got it now. You got it.
Yes.
We are on your desktop, so if you can just go straight to your PowerPoint.
Wonderful. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, just wait a moment because it's gone on the frozen screen. Just let it propagate. Yeah, we've got it now. If you maximize it, it starts with life is a journey from birth.
Yes, perfect, sir. Perfect.
If you maximize it.
Is it
the bottom and right slideshow?
Yeah, look on your bottom right. Right at the bottom, even bottom. Your cursor is still, yes, go right at the bottom, yes, on the taskbar there.
That's fine, sir. I will just go ahead with that. That's fine for me. Yeah. So I want to introduce, like, put more into chronic pain and the treatments. Now, let me go through the pain concept of pain here. So life is a journey of from birth to death. We experience the pain. So according to me, the pain is not a bad thing. So we have to walk along with that. Or in one part of our life, we are sure that we will experience the pain. So in the world where everyone looking for the medicines to minimize or kill the pain, where Ayurveda can understand it in a different way, or it can it's a ray of for hope to treat or to understand it better. So in Ayurveda can control or manage or reduce the pain in a different way in all medicines or in the panchakarma treatments or external treatments. So in Ayurvedic word, the pain is also called as shula, or we call the pain as a shula. So any painful conditions in the body, you can understand as a shula. So pain is a imbalance in the vata, or uh, so pain is a imbalance of vataja imbalance. So any pain, it will not happen without vataja involvement or vata in the body. If vata is not imbalanced, the pain will not be there. So pain, for any pain manifestation, vata is very much important. So pain is a subjective feeling, as we were discussing before also, pain is a purely subjective feeling. So many words like Vedana, Shula, Dukkha, Ruja, Pida, these are the synonyms in Ayurveda for the pain. So it differs, like the intensity will be differing from person to person, and it will be more sensitive, or the pain will be more sensitive for Vataja Prakriti. If the person is having more Vata, or Vata Jalakshanas, the pain will be, feeling of pain will be more. So we can understand the divisions of pain according to Ayurvedic classics. They are Adhyatmika or psychosomatic conditions, or Adi Bhautika. Adi Bhautika in the sense pain produced by animate or non-animate substances. So if any substances can produce that, then we can understand as Adi Bhautika. Or Adi Daivika. This is very interesting because we believe divine sources or the evil sources to any produce of any pain, and we will see each one. By Adhyatmika is nothing but once again division into Sharirika and Manasika, or the bodily effects, or the into the mind. So here the Shula is nothing but the painful sensation. So here the very important is like sense organs. So all our pancha jnanendriyas are the most important sites. So it's not only just a symptom according to our classics in our books. Shula is not just a symptom. It's also considered as a disease. It's explained like Parinama Shula. So there is explanation of Parinama Shula, which is situated in our stomach. So it is not a symptom. So Shula can be also considered as the one of the diseases. As I told you before, Shula is the outcome of Vata Vyadhi, or Vata is the major causative factor for the pain. So according to Sushruta, one of the Brihatrays, I think you maybe everybody knows about Charaka, Sushruta, and Vagbata, the three major writers of our classics. We call them as our sages, or who written the books. So one of the Sushruta Acharya, he explained that if there is no Vata, no pain manifestation will not be there. So even there is one shloka or one phrase says that all other doshas, all pitta, vata, and all dhatus, everything, they cannot go anywhere without vata. So you can understand the importance of vata in the body. So any diseases, anything, any movement, it should happen only by vata. So vata is so important in the body. Before Dr. Antonio Morandi was explaining very good about the pichu. So I want to put one word there, where pichu, Ayurveda says that sthana, we always in our practice, we explain to put the pichu in our bregma or the pranavata sthana. Once again, vata is divided into 5 varieties: prana, pana, vyana, udana, and samana, where pranavata sthana is called as a bregma. So we always ask the patients to put the pichu, put dhanvantara taila or kshirabala taila to bregma place to control these any of functions of body. So now we maybe they understand the importance of vata, where pranavata, if we can control, then almost every other diseases can be controlled. So you can understand now everybody may be having a doubt. So pain can feel in every part of your body except the hair, tip of nails, or urine, or etc., because they are called as the waste products in our body. So Ayurveda says that the malas or the waste product in our body, these are the waste product in our body. So there you cannot feel any pain. And here we can see the types of pain. Here the types of pain, different types are explained in Divruniya Chikitsa Adhyaya, in Sushruta Chikitsa, first chapter, 7th phrase. You can see the different varieties of pain. And he even explains on the predominance of basis of dosha. As I told, Vataja, Pittaja, Kafaja, here we will see each importance of each dosha, what pain can produce, or which type of pain we can see in different doshas. So you can see there the types of pain in Vataja predominance. They are Todana, or the pricking variety of pain in your body. If any pricking pain like a needle pain, then this is called as Todana. They are Vata predominance. And second one is the Bhedana. Bhedana is nothing but any cutting pain or incising kind of pain. So if a tissue gets teared, then that's called as the Bhedana. And next is Tadana. Tadana is nothing but any blunt injury, or if your body get beaten by a sticks. So that type of pain is called as the Tadana. And fourth one is the Chedana. Chedana is like cutting pain. So any surgical incisions. So incisions, any incisions or any hard any blade, if tears the tissue, then that variety of pain is called as Chedana. Then is Ayamana, or any stretching type of pain. So if in our body there are a lot of orifices, so any openings, so any opening if is feeling dilatations, so that pain is called as the stretching pain. So mainly this type of pain examinations, like you can feel while doing the procedures of DNC or hemorrhoid examinations, while using a proctoscope, the patient will feel this type of pain. That's called as Ayamana. And Manthana, or any churning kind of pain, this is called as Manthana. So these are all Vataja type of pains. So Vikshepana is nothing but a pulling kind of pain. So if the kidney stones or muscle strains, then this type of pain the patient will feel. And the eighth one is called Chuma Chumayana, or irritation kind of pain, where we get the patients who are explaining about the lumbar radiculopathy. They will be saying that the pain is coming from their buttocks to the legs, like a crawling type of pain, or the patient will feel that as if the ants are crawling there, or as if the ants are crawling with the burning sensation. That also we can understand as Chuma Chumayana pain. So Nirdahana, or the burning sensation pain, and Avabhanjana. Avabhanjana is nothing but once again in fracture, or if the bone got broken, that is called as Avabhanjana pain. And you can see the Spotana, Vidarana, Utpatana. These are the varieties of pains, and Vikarana, Stambana. I will just go through that because we will discuss about the treatments better. So Purana and pain produced while the organ is numb, or Suptata we call. So that type of pain, Avakunjana, or spasmodic pain. Then Ankushikavat. Ankushika is nothing but if any a hook hook is got any in your muscle, and if it is pulling, that type of pain is called as the akunchika, ankushika, where in Vatavyadi we have a disease called Kalli. In that disease, we can see this type of pain. And muhur vedana agachati, nothing but there will be pain, appearance of pain and disappearance of pain for time being. So that is called as the muhumur vedana agachati. And let us see in terms of pitta, they are, once again, there are 4 varieties of pain is explained: osha, chosha, paridaha, and dhumayana. These are some pitta predominance lakshanas. And suptatva, if it is kafaja, then it is called as suptatva. Then alpa vedana, it is nothing but mild pain. In if it is once again in, it's a kafaja lakshanas. So let us see, as I think before the like our friends were explaining about the types of pain. Vata, if it is Vataja origin, there will be very severe and continuous pain will be there. If it is Kafaja, then it is a diffuse pain or a manda we call, or not continuous, or the patient can be manageable. That kind of pain in Kafaja conditions. And in Pittaja conditions, all burning sensation, this kind of pain you can see. And our good friend, I think Dr. Varsha, I think they were explaining about some medicated drugs. So I want to put more on the medicated drugs where we call Vedana Sthapana Ganas, or which can be treatable by these medicines. I will just read out the medicines, some of medicines. They are Ashoka, Saraka Ashoka is one of the famous medicines which can be used. Bark, seeds, and flowers can be used. Erenda. Erenda is a very interesting medicine in Ayurveda, where we use in a lot of in our practice resinous cumis. This oil of this Erenda, the castor, is called as castor oil. This we use for multiple cases of pain to do sadhya virechana. We call 1 day cleansing therapy in our body. So that varieties of treatment can be done with Erenda. And Gugulu, any Gugulu preparations. These Gugulus are nothing but Comifera mucculu is the Latin name, but these Gugulus are nothing but the extracts of a plant. That medicine we are taking and we are combining with other herbal formulations and we are giving to the patients. And we can see the Kadamba, Katfala, Nirgundi. Once again, Nirgundi is a very important medicine where we use Nirgundi Taila, Nirgundi Gritas, the ghee preparations or the oil preparations out of Nirgundi. And Rasna, Rasna is also one of the very easily available as well as very effective medicine in the preparations of Rasna, the Gugulu, Rasna Churna. Simple, by taking this Rasna Churna, we can apply the site of pain and we can give very fast and better results. And Shala is nothing but once again a gum resins or extracts of a plant. And Shatavari, Shatavari is Asparagus racemose, which is a roots we are using out of Shatavari Taila, Shatavari Grita. We are preparing these medicines. And Shishira is one more drug. So these are the special performa, the case sheets what we are doing at my hospital. So we were discussing with I think Dr. Rajesh sir, we used to discuss some time back, where he told me to prepare one case sheet where we are following with a lot of pain cases. These are the standard case sheet formats we are following at my hospital. Let us see the approach of management of pain, how we can go ahead with the pain management. First thing is the Snehana treatment. Snehana is the oleation treatment, oleation therapy, where we use the too much of krita or the high unctuous materials, any oil preparations. These preparations are prepared and given internally, or any vata regimen should be followed. Like vata regimen is like ghee preparation in the food. So not of too much of ruksha food or dry food should be avoided in the day-to-day routine. So Snehana, the oleation therapy, improves our strength digestive power, and nourishment and vitality in the body. These are according to Charaka. Charaka is one of the Brihat Rahis in our Ayurvedic classics. So you can see the how it acts. Biasnena increases the levels of dopamine, increase the availability of serotonin. So by that we can control the pain, and we can see the how it works. So then we can see the, as I told, snigdha ahara or unctuous food should be suggested to the patient by putting medicated ghee, or even we use animal products, like we have one medicine called Brihat Chagala Adikrita. Chaga is nothing but it's a goat head. So from that goat head brain, we prepare the medicine, and that also can be given to the patients. And Swedana Karma. So Swedana Karma is nothing but after the massage, we can give any after Snehana. That's what, after Snehana we can give Swedana. Swedana, there are a lot of Swedanas explained in Ayurveda. I will come up little later. So Mrudu Virechana is nothing but soft purgatives. So I told you the Erenda Taila with the medicated milk. Today morning I had one patient of lumbar radiculopathy with the L5S1 lumbar disc degenerative changes as well as annular fissure. So I have started one protocol of treatment. First day we will be giving the Erenda Taila with milk to as a purgative. So we call the Malasanchaya, the waste product will be removed, and from tomorrow onwards we will start with the local treatment called Kati Basti. We keep a medicated oil in his lower lumbar region. We ask the patient to lie down a prone position, and we keep the medicated oil, suggested oil like Sahacharadi Tailam or Kottam Chukkadi Tailam or even Murivanna. These medicines will be kept in the local area, and there will be a light abhyanga, or we call massage with the same oil. And Swedana Karma we follow with Swedana Karma with the poultice. We take herbal leaves of Rasna or this Eranda and Datura. Datura is one more drug, and Chincha, the tamarind leaves. Those leaves will be taken and fried with the medicated oil and taken in a clean Kora cloth and dipped in the hot oil and given steam to the full body. By doing this therapy, the pain will be reduced to the patients. After that, we give Basti Karma. So you can see in the slide Vatanulomana. After that, there is a treatment called Basti Karma. Basti is nothing but medicated decoction or medicated decoction enema. So it is not like any other enema. We here we use a high dose of medicine or increased dose of medicine inside the anal canal. We put the medicine, and that will be absorbed to the body, like the HPA axis, hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis, which is explained. That can reduce the pain according to Ayurveda. So Ayurveda says that Basti is the Ardha Chikitsa, or if you take all treatments in Ayurveda, if you keep Basti in one place and all other treatments in one place where it is equal. So Basti is so important in Ayurvedic treatments. So we practice, or I practice in my hospital with the more of Basti treatments, which will be very good in all chronic pain conditions. So you can see it, even the Nasya Karmas treatments can be done. Any Rasayana formulations. Rasayanas are like the medicines which gives the vitality to the body. They are like, you can see Shilajitu, Gugudu, and even the single drugs like Rasna, Bala, Ashwagandha, Shatavari, and Kupilu, even Erenda, Amalaki can be given. And even the bloodletting therapy is also explained in Ayurveda for the pain by Jalauka is nothing but leech. So leech therapy also can be given where if it is a localized pain in case of OA, osteoarthritis, then we call Sandhivata, where we can treat with the leech therapy. And even heat burn therapy is explained in Ayurveda called Agni Karma in case of osteoarthritis or in the heel pain or frozen shoulder. Even I want to put some examples of frozen shoulder cases. We understand it is a Kapha Avrita Lakshanas, where there will be the shoulder will be stiff, or the patient is not able to move the shoulder. Then we give the localized some heat therapy, or even Ruksha Sweda we call. We take potlis with some powders, medicated powders of ginger or ajamoda, even Kottam Chikadi Churnam or Kolakulatadi Churnam. These churnas we take in the potli, and we fry that churna and make the potli and give steam to the localized area after the use of any local massage. So by that, immediately the patient will feel better. But we ask the patient to take this therapy for a long time, 7 days or 14 days or 21 days. We ask the patient to do these treatments where the patient will get a very good result with the external treatments. Even I think everybody heard about this treatment called marma therapies. Even the marma therapies also can be useful in pain treatments. So, let me come to some conclusions of final conclusion towards the treatments, where we can use ahara is very important. The food is very important to manage. We should not take too much of dry food, too much of vata aggravating factors. We call vata aggravating aharas. So that should be avoided, or that should be stopped. So by avoiding the ruksha aharas, we can control the pain, or we can reduce the pain. And lifestyle is very important, as I want to put on integrated system like yoga you can adopt, or you can adopt physiotherapies. So even my hospital, we practice, we have patients for hemorrhagic cases like stroke. We have patients for lifestyle disorders with diabetes, neuropathies, diabetes conditions. So we ask them to follow up with the yogic practice, meditation practice, and even the physiotherapy also we adopt. So even some of medicines of Ayurvedic medicines like Yogaraj Gugulus, Mahayogaraj Gugulus, some Kashaya decoctions like concussions we can prepare, as the patient to prepare and drink, like Maharasna Kashayas, Rasna Irenda Kashayas. There are a lot of medicines can be explained. So those medicines we ask the patient to take. And even as I told, the food should be madura ahara we call. So nothing but not too much of tikta or kashaya or sar or pungent taste should be reduced. And as I told, the lifestyle, the importance of yoga, exercise, and rutu anusara is very important. We have seasonal changes. So if at all too much of rainy season, the cold season, then there will be vata will be increased. So we have to take care of in that seasonal effect. We call rutu sandhi, and one season to another season. That time we have to take care a lot, because that time the possibilities of pain will increase. If at all the patients are already suffering, then that moment the patient will be suffering once again more. So we have to take care of them, and we have to ask the patient to follow the seasonal food habits. That's also very important. In Indian system, you can see the Varsha Rutu or Hemant Rutu in India. You can see the cold season. That should be taken care. I think Rajesh sir want to. Okay. So,
Thank you, doctor. If you can stop screen share.
Okay.
And then Dr. Rajiv Gupta will interact with you.
Okay.
If you can stop the screen share, please kindly. Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Perfect. And Rajiv, you need to unmute yourself. Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. So I think that's brilliant. So I'm thinking it extremely useful and very, very detailed presentation, which has been, I think, to some extent eye-opening, because there is so much stuff. But I think what you have done well is connect all this in a very bulleted way so that it is easier to understand. So I think it's very good. And I know you have got some more to say, but we'll bring you some other day.
Sure, sure.
I was thinking, do you want to summarize in a few sentences what or the important messages? Because the treatment part, what you have explained is understanding the pain, which is the important part, as Dr. Sanjeeva Gupta mentioned, is one part, but then treating and then managing it for long term and that is what you explained in different Ayurvedic medications, and then you're coming onto the food, and it's quite useful. What you think are the most useful things, and when these can be used in a few sentences that you would want to
Okay.
say?
Perfect, sir. So my knowledge, according to my knowledge, what I'm suggesting, controlling the pain is with the food, lifestyle, and then some treatments. So patients who are suffering from uh, the pain, they can consult their doctor, but at home they can practice some use of some Ayurvedic oils like Murivenna or Kottam Chukka Taila. If there is a localized pain, if some injuries, if there some sports injuries, or if at home there will be possibilities of getting any injuries, then immediately they can use this Murivenna to do the lepa. We call that, take that oil and dip in the, make it little warm by keeping in the hot oil and keep that at the site, and ask the patient to tie it and immobilize it, or give the time to heal. As before some speakers were telling about the healing, we have to give time to the body to heal by itself, because body knows how to heal. We have to give the time. So in our practice also, we are following up purely Ayurvedic Panchakarma varieties, where we suggest the patients with the food, lifestyle, and some treatments. So I really interested to integrate, because Ayurveda and other systems, if we can integrate, if it is case of acute conditions, acute injuries, then Ayurveda is little difficult to handle there. Where when it comes to the chronic cases, like even in terms of cancer, we have very good medicines called Madana Kameshwar Rasayanam, the medical cannabis. The medical cannabis is nowadays is very interesting one, where we can use it, and in different conditions. So my special thanks to all. I think I have still more to say, but I know the time
Bring you
binds.
again. We'll bring you in. There's so
Yeah,
much.
sure,
Bring you
sure.
again.
Thanks a lot.
Um,
Thanks a lot for
always,
giving me
because
this opportunity.
it is so interesting, and the topic is so vital, and people we have got here today have got so much wealth of knowledge they would want to share. So it exuberates. So I'm so grateful for sharing your knowledge, and it is really useful session, because we have got so many things which people can use in a simple way in their daily life, instead of going to the doctor and waiting for time and spending money to try and these. And obviously they need to have that medical advice whenever necessary, but while waiting, this can be done. So thank you very much again.
Thanks.
And that gives me pleasure to bring our next speaker, Dr. Mukesh Batra. He is a name known across the country, and I'm pretty sure most people would have heard. He has been our speaker, partner, and a great friend of our, and I've spoken to him on quite a few occasions. We had discussion, and he was very happy to do a session on chronic pain, because I wanted to have like focused discussion and how homeopathy contributes to that. He is an international person of repute, and he's an entrepreneur, medical doctor. He runs the sessions, he runs people. He is a singer, a celebrity singer. He had a show recently in Mumbai. People wouldn't believe it, it just went full, and people enjoyed to the greatest extent. In terms of medications and the treatment and the centers, almost 10 million patients are treated through his centers and various parts, and including the UK, including Oman, and many other places, famously called Dr. Batra's clinic. So I think it is a great pleasure to have him today, Dr. Batra. So Mukesh, um, I was thinking that you might have heard that we're bringing all people who are pain consultants, so-called anesthetists, and now renamed as like specializing in pain consultant from allopathic point of view. We heard from Ayurvedic point of view. We want to now hear from homeopathic point of view. Where does it, because looking that they stem from a different angle, but all merge into one thing, which is the patient manifesting as pain. So where do you think the pain come from homeopathic point of view? What points or questions do you ask commonly to elaborate or illustrate the pain, and what are the common remedies? So I might start asking that question first.
Dr. Rajiv, thank you very much. Just before we go to Dr. Batra, the supremo for homeopathy, Dr. Balkumund Bala has got a comment here. So, Dr. Balkumund, if you could unmute yourself and make your comment, and we move on to India. Welcome, Dr. Balmukund. You are live now. Your comment, please.
Okay, namaste, everybody. My comment was about the prevention aspect of Ayurveda. And I really wanted to ask Dr. Keshav Raj, as to if he has any relevant and experienced suggestions about preventing pain, because everybody gets pain from time to time. And if there is anything in lifestyle, food, anything Ayurvedic medicine-wise that he can suggest to the learned audience here.
Thank you, Dr. Balmukund. Dr. Keshav, in 1 minute,
Yes.
can you answer, please? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Very good question. So simple, I can say that if you have any pain like headache, one simple example I want to give. You got some sudden headache. Simple, you can take some sesame oil and just take some head massage. You'll feel better. Or take some tulsi and take some steam. You'll feel better. If you have a stress headache, if you have a sleepless nights, then apply the oil, as I told, any sesame oil or Dhanvantar Tailam, whatever the oil, medicated oil, if you can get, or normal oil, just apply it, you will feel better. Or else, if you have a migraine headache, or if it is a diagnosed case of migraine headache, take ginger, paste of ginger with the mustard, just mix it up and apply to the forehead, you will feel immediate result. So that is the best solution I can suggest you. Or if at all, any injury at home, as I told, take Murivanna, or online you can get Kotanchikadi Tailam or those Tailams, Ayurvedic Tailams. Take it, dip it in the cotton and keep it on the site and just do a bandage and immobilize it for time being. You'll feel better. Or take some towel, dip in the hot water, give some steam, you'll feel better. So I like that. I can give a lot of examples, which is I'm practically doing it my patients.
Thank you, Dr. Keshav. We'll have a longer session because at Healing Our Heart, we bring lots and lots of sessions. We'll have it for a longer. Dr. Balmukund, I hope you are happy. Professor Ish Sharma, will come back to you a bit later. You are obviously a co-host. Now, Rajiv, you mentioned that Dr. Mukesh Batra is also a performer and an artist. And not just recently, he actually puts up concerts at least once a month, and all the Healing Our Earth people are invited. So Dr. Batra, welcome all the way from India to UK and the global audiences. Can you start with 1 or 2 beautiful lines of song and then chat with Dr. Rajiv Gupta? Over to you.
Global namaste to everybody, and such a pleasure to be here again. What can I say? Just a message for Healing the Earth, Kishore Kumar song, which is my favorite. चल के तुझे मैं लेके चलूं एक ऐसे गगन के तले जहां गम भी न हो आंसू भी न हो बस प्यार ही प्यार पले एक ऐसे गगन के तले एक ऐसे गगन के तले एक ऐसे गगन के तले. So with this wish for everybody to be happy, healthy, safe, let's start this conversation.
What a beautiful way to start a homeopathy session. We got Professor Ish Sharma, the co-host as well from Mauritius, who is our Ayurveda producer, as Dr. Rajiv is for the integrated producer. Professor Ish Sharma, you wanted to make a comment and then we move on to homeopathy way of the pain killing and chronic.
Thank you so much, Neil, and wonderful to see Dr. Mukesh Batra. And just to answer to Dr. Balmukund Bhallaji, because he wanted a preventive approach to pain. So very well explained by our friend, like what can we do when we have pain? I believe when we don't have pain, the best approach can be, because as explained very well, that Vata, out of Vata Pitta Kapha, Vata will be causing pain. And Vata vitiation, Vata imbalance, in most cases would be starting from from an indigestion. So if you happen to have indigestion, constipation, acidity, or bloating, etc., you are bound to get pain sooner or later here or there. So having a right digestion, especially not suffering from bloating, gas, and constipation, can be the best preventive approach towards like not having pain in future. Uh, Dr. Balmukunji, over to you, Neil, Rajiv ji, Dr. Mukesh Batra, please. Thank you.
Lovely. So we have our great friend, Dr. Mukesh Batra. Can I start asking the question? So what is the chronic pain mean in homeopathy, and is any different than from your knowledge about the modern medicine or Ayurveda?
So thank you very much, first of all, Dr. Rajiv, for having me over. It's always lovely to chat with you. You know, we did a little bit of a chat almost a year ago, so it's been quite some time. Let me start by saying that two or three basic things. You know, the first thing is that homeopathy believes that a symptom is the body telling you that something is wrong with it. So pain is a symptom, and when you get pain, then that's an external manifestation of something wrong within you. And therefore, we believe in homeopathy that pain is not something that you suppress with painkillers, but you try to go to the root of the problem and try to treat it accordingly. So let me give you, three basic ways in which we as homeopaths look at pain. The first, of course, is there's nothing different pathologically or physiologically when we talk of pain versus allopathy versus homeopathy. So, for example, if you have osteoporosis, or if you have, osteoarthritis, or if you have sinusitis, I mean, it's the same in any system of medicine. You don't change nomenclature and you don't change diseases just because you're going to a different system of medicine. So that's one. So if there's any pathological, physiological reason, that cause remains the same. The two things which are slightly different is that there are other, causes which are non-pathological and non-physiological. Now, these are again divided into two as per a homeopath. One is physical and the other is emotional. In physical, you get causes like, postural defects, sitting too long, overexertion, giving rise to pain, chronic pain. That's one. And on the other side, I think the bigger differentiation is that homeopathy talks really about the cause being emotional as well. And it's holistic medicine. So it actually looks at holistic medicine, and therefore it looks at the emotional causes of chronic pain. And, there are many, many such cases. Let me just give you one example. A patient of mine was an international banker, lost his job. He then had to go for an interview, again, which was conducted by his junior. And he was so offended by the fact that, he was in multinational company and now he's got to come and, actually get interviewed for another job with an Indian company with his junior, who was once his junior. And he suffered from backache for a very long time. Now, going back to this emotional cause, which was of suppression, was what really gave us an indication of homeopathic medicine called Staphylos aureus. So Staphylos aureus is a medicine where you get physical complaints from emotional suppression. Now that medicine actually cleared up his backache, which he was suffering from for the last 10 years. So this is an example I'm giving you, and this is, I think, a differentiator, is to give importance to holistic medicine, to give importance to emotional causes for physical ailments, especially in cases of chronic pain. I hope that answers your question, Doc.
Yeah, I think that's brilliant because it simplifies, and as you mentioned that the pain, the whole cause is very, very similarly starting from where it is. And it was quite nice to hear the pathological pain versus non-pathologic pain starting from the physical or the emotional aspect and then manifesting into it. And we just define it in a different way, but it was good to hear that it all stems from the same thing and it really comes down, and give the example. So can I ask the next question? So how do you reach the root cause, or what? I know that if you can take example, for example, somebody coming with backache, or chronic backache for last what, or arthritis, what questions do you ask, and how do you will reach what you would want to do with this
So
person
I'll
who has chronic pain?
so again I'll divide this answer into two parts. One is the medical part, which is common between allopathy and homeopathy, and the other is the homeopathic part, which is specific only to homeopathy. And I think that's very easy to understand that.
Okay.
So the first part, which is the medical part, is really the first thing that any homeopath would want to do is to rule out pathology. So obviously you want to make sure that if it's a headache, it's not a brain tumor. You know, if it's persistent chronic for years and years and it's not getting relieved by anything, you may need to do an MRI, you may need to check it out. Now here again, the diagnosis is important, but diagnosis is not important from a therapeutic point of view in homeopathy. The diagnosis is important from a prognostic point of view. So you don't want to land up with something which is very serious and keep just treating it superficially, thinking that it's just something which is very, 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 very common and very, very simple. So first of all, ruling out pathology in any kind of chronic pain is very important, even for a homeopath. And this is done not from a therapeutic point of view, unlike allopathy, but it's done from a prognostic point of view, because you want to make sure that you're not missing anything which is serious. That's the first thing. The second thing is a homeopath will always ask what is the kind of medication that you are taking. Because we believe the people who come to us for chronic pain are on a lot of allopathic medicine and they have a lot of side effects. And therefore, the symptoms that they present are sometimes drug symptoms and not original symptoms of the disorder. And as homeopath, we need to take out the original symptoms and prescribe on that and not on drug symptoms. So you need to differentiate between the two. And we need to find out what is therefore a drug symptom. Therefore, we need to know pharmacopoeia. We need to know what are the side effects of medicine. And normally today, one of the biggest challenges in medicine are iatrogenic disorders, which are drug-induced disorders. And there are so many people who get side effects. And there's something good about allopathy, but this is the flip side. And particularly in the cases of pain. So in pains, you take anti-inflammatory, you take NSAIDs, you give opioids sometimes. So all of these have side effects of dependency, and also they have other side effects as well, which are very, very many. I'm not naming them here, but we all know the side effects of chemical medicine. So versus that, homeopathy is a safe kind of treatment, and therefore it is recommended, especially in cases of chronic ailments and chronic pain. Now, what are the differentiating questions that a homeopath would ask? A homeopath would ask, the first thing he would ask is, how did the pain start? So the causative factor is very important. So for example, if the pain happened after injury, then you may want to give a homeopathic medicine called arnica. Supposing if it happened from too much of strain, from sitting for too long, you may want to give a medicine, Rustox. So these are examples of physical causes of chronic pain. Similarly, there could be emotional causes, like I mentioned earlier. So you could have loss, during COVID, we've all experienced a sense of loss. We've lost somebody who's dear to us. We've lost some family member. And therefore, if you had a chronic pain after an emotional loss, then if it is recent, you have medicines like Ignatia, which will help. If it is past, then you have medicines like Natriumur, which is prepared from common salt and potentized, which will help. So depending on what is the cause and, is what really will lead you to the right medicine. And therefore going to the root of the problem and understanding that homeopathy is personalized. And that's why we call it bespoke medicine. Just like how you have bespoke tailoring made to order, like that homeopathy is also bespoke medicine. It's made to order. So the other question that we'll ask, other than the cause of physical or emotional, are something which very simply in code form we say, LSMC. So L stands for location. So where did the pain start? Was it in the head? Was it on the left side? Was it on the right side? All of that, there are different medicines. Sensation. What is the kind of pain? Is it throbbing? Is it pulsating? Is it dull? For each of these, there's a different kind of medicine. What is the modality? What naturally makes it better or worse is what M stands for. So not artificially, but naturally. Is it better by warmth? Is it worse by cold air? And so on and so forth. So according to all of this, there's a separate homeopathic medicine. And the last part, like I said, is concomitant. That means what are the accompanying symptoms with the symptoms of pain? So for example, you could get a headache and a migraine, and it would be associated with dysmenorrhea, which is painful periods. Now for that, you may need a medicine like pulsatilla. So depending on, all these different formulas and the way chronic pain presents itself is how a correct specific homeopathic medicine is chosen. Can't hear you, doc. You need to unmute yourself. Can't hear you still. We're only lip syncing.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Before Rajiv asks you next questions, we have a senior anchor here at Healing Our Earth, Dr. Lalit Soda, your very close friend.
Yes, of course.
Say hello to you and ask you a question.
Most certainly, of course.
A global namaste to you, Dr. Batra.
So lovely to see you, Lalit. So lovely to see you.
Nice to see you. First of all, a massive congratulations for your initiation with Osho.
Thank you. I have now a new name, which is Swami Anand Sangeetam. So
excellent, Swami Anand Sangeetam. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you. Anand, you're spreading happiness everywhere, Dr. Batra. That's very nice.
Thank you. Well
okay,
thought.
So I must say, greetings come as a good morning from Canada, because that's where I am currently.
Wow.
Yeah, so just sending you all the warm greetings. But one quick question, Dr. Batra, about homeopathy remedy and chronic pain management.
Yes.
Some of our patients do ask us also that taking homeopathy remedy over a long period of time, like the allopathy medicine, has some long-term side effects. Would you highlight some of if there are any side effects with homeopathy remedy?
So first of all, there are none. And that's really a myth. I'm surprised to hear that, because homeopathy is given in such minute doses that it can be taken over a long time. And there's a lot of research, clinical research that has been done. As a matter of fact, one of the researches that was done showed that, with placebo and with homeopathic medicines, double-blind trial was done. And it actually showed that, the effect was very, very good. And another research was done with NSAIDs. And with NSAIDs and with homeopathy, it showed that the homeopathic result was quicker, it was faster, and it had no side effects, and it was non-addictive, and it could be withdrawn very easily. So all the kind of things that you get with other kind of medication don't exist with homeopathy at all. So I mean, one of the biggest advantages of homeopathy is that you could take it long term, and of course, if you go to the root of the problem, you don't need to take it forever. I'm saying there are two kinds. One is if it's incurable, and something that you have to live with, like for example, a pain of cancer, then you may need to, it's a palliative treatment. If it's palliative, you need to take it over a long period of time. But again, it's safe, it has no side effects, it's non-addictive. And the other part is, of course, that if it's acute, not so chronic, but not incurable, can be cured. Like for example, a chronic sinusitis or a migraine or even a backache, as you would know, with your practice. And you said so many people, well with your magic touch. In homeopathy as well, we have, nice kind of, remedies as well, like rust ox, bryonia, arnica, which are very simple remedies, and they give fabulous results. So I would say over a period of few months, even chronic backache or chronic pain can actually be relieved, and there's absolutely no side effect.
Brilliant.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Batra.
for your lovely
Lalit,
response.
Lalit, I hope you're happy and enjoying yourself in the Canada. And
Absolutely,
wonderful to have you here. Hang around here. We've still got more questions. Lalit, hang around and we'll come back to you later, okay?
Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day to everybody.
Thank you. Dr. Rajiv, you can unmute yourself just before you carry on with Dr. Batra, because everybody's really enjoying from this homeopathy supremo. We would like to tell people that next, after Dr. Batra, we'll still go back to India with Rajesh Gupta, who has got a very nice session lined up for us. And then we're going to come back to UK with Sarah Mills, who has got a very healthy living plan for us going on. And then we will go to Qigong and we'll go to Malcolm. So unmute yourself, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, and carry on the exciting chat with Dr. Batra.
So thank you so much. I think we are having really deep intermittent discussions because everything is so interesting. So I think that was very, very useful. I can't see Dr. Batra, but I think that's fine. It's okay. His voice is fine. How, there are the different strengths of homeopathic medicines which are given. Are they different for different pain relief? Because like in modern medicine, there is a strength for particular type of pain. for arthritis, you take that, and that is standard. But I believe in homeopathy, they're different. So can you explain how does that work?
Very good question, Dr. Gupta. I mean, unfortunately, you can't, kind of balance. You can't think, two different pathies in two different ways. So while
For us to
when allopathy,
understand.
yeah, but it's good. It's good. It's a great question. So to understand, basically, what happens is, because chemical medicine, you have grams and you have weightages, and which is why you look at it from that point of view of how many grams per body weight of medicine do you give, and depending on the kind of problem, you kind of increase it or decrease it. In homeopathy, it's not that way. Homeopathy is dynamic medicine, and therefore this is now the most controversial part of homeopathy. And since you touched it, I have to mention that to you, is that homeopathic medicines are prepared by dilutions, which means that the more often it gets diluted, the more powerful it becomes. So when you talk about a high potency, like 1,000 or 1 m, you actually means it's gone through 1,000 times dilution. When you talk about a 6 potency or a low potency, that means it's gone, dilution only 6 times, which means that the original substance is there in a greater amount in a lower potency. Now, this is contrary to what weight and measures that we have in allopathy. It's exactly opposite. So once you understand that, then the general principle is like this. One is that in case you're giving a constitutional medicine, which is deep acting, you then don't repeat the doses, and you then give it infrequently. So for example, if I was to give you a medicine, say for example, depending on your constitution, which may be lycopodium, then I will give you lycopodium 200 or 1 m, maybe once in a month, and I will not repeat it. If I'm to give you something acute, like a Restrox for pain, I may then give you Restrox 30, even twice or thrice a day over the next few days or over the next few weeks. So frequency and repetition depends on the kind of problem that you have and the kind of treatment that you're taking. So if it is deep acting constitutional, it is infrequent, higher potency. If it is repetitive, then it is lower potency.
Wonderful. I think it's so good. When I don't know, I mentioned to you when I was doing my medical studies like 30 years ago, my one of close friend, very close, we used to study together. His father was homeopathic practitioner. So he was homeopath. So
Wow.
our room where we were studying was just next to it. So it always, it's intrigued me right from that time. And I used to ask, so he's giving this potency and that potency. We used to ask, so why at that time? So the question is so there, and it's important to understand. And I've got many other colleagues here today from like medical fraternity. So it was good for you to explain, and it's good to understand, because there are like people have these questions in mind. It's good to cut it out. It's fantastic the way you explained, because pulsatilla, different strengths, different people, different, it's so good to know.
And Rajiv, talking about the colleagues, one of your colleagues, Sanjeeva Gupta, Dr. Sanjeeva Gupta, who interacted earlier, he also has a very nice, succinct question for Dr. Batra. Go ahead, Sanjeeva.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Batra. In fact, just to update, my mother is in India, and she is under a homeopathic specialist in Mumbai for the last probably 20, 25 years. And she has been greatly benefited by that. But my question is, from what I know, the concept of homeopathy is like cures like in small quantities. Could you please elaborate a bit on that?
Well, we'll be here till breakfast then, but I will try and very, very briefly. So what causes in a healthy human being cures in a sick person? That's the principle of likes cure likes, which is why the word homeopathy comes from homeopathy, similar, homo similar, pathy, study of, to actually relieve suffering. So to put it very, very, I'll give you just 2 examples. First of all, it's very similar to vaccination. Today, we all know about vaccination, and it's actually based on the theory of vaccination. So what happens is you introduce a small quantity of medicine or a problem which causes the problem, of a virus or a bacteria into the body, what you do for vaccination. And the body then has antibodies against it. and therefore it has natural immunity against that particular virus. This is very brief how you can explain homeopathy, likes cure likes, as per the modern principle of vaccination. But this was decided, by homeopathy and the founder of homeopathy, Dr. Samuel Hahnemann, an MD doctor from Germany, almost 250 years ago. So this is one explanation. The other explanation from the homeopathic point of view is, like I said, what causes will cure. So for example, if you're cutting an onion, when you're cutting an onion, your eyes start watering and your nose starts running. Now, if a patient comes to you who's got running nose, watering eyes, then you can prepare a medicine from onion, which is called allium cepa, in a potentized form, and give it to that patient. And then the patient, those symptoms will then disappear. So by matching symptoms of a product which produces those symptoms in a healthy person, you match those symptoms in a sick person, and you use the same product to cure that person. I hope that's the simplest explanation that I can give.
Excellent. Very good. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Batra, that was a lovely example, which is like a daily occurrence example. Very nicely said. I think, Rajiv, as we've agreed that one of the sessions we want to do is homeopathy and integrated health. So, Dr. Batra, get ready. Sometimes in May, you are running a big full session. We like to remind people, if you want to visit drbatras.com, you can be a questionnaire, you can be an agent, you can buy your medicines, you can get advice, and sometimes you might get a hello from Dr. Batra himself. What would you say, Dr. Batra?
Oh, certainly. And we also have, now we have a virtual clinic, especially for UK. So it's actually like, it's an artificial intelligence. You can actually talk to a doctor at the other end, and it replicates an entire live clinic. It's very interesting. So do visit it and
Yes,
just experience it.
Can we remind the viewers the URL? Maybe if I can just pull it up here quickly and just show it to them. And
I'll have to send it. I'll have to send. Well, it's drbatras.com, of course, but I'll send you the actual link.
Well, there it is, Dr. Batra.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
There it is. It's here,
Yeah.
and it does various. You can locate your nearest clinic. You can make an appointment. You can even do virtual from any country. Hair care, skin care, free health evaluation, everything. So, Dr. Batra, that is an excellent website. Thank you very much for your contribution. Before Rajiv asks you to summarize, Rajiv, let's remind our viewers who are actually on YouTube, Periscope, Facebook, website, and social media of several partners that this is a live session that is being restreamed. Dr. Rajiv Gupta, what summary would you like from Dr. Batra before we move to Rajesh Gupta in India?
So I think it was fantastic session, fantastic, amazing. You got very clear answers, and what we got here is how there are fundamental differences, but they're all originating from same. And just like example of like podium on Restox, using for the pain in a different situation and getting to the bottom of it and really getting relief. And then we talked about the potency and how they are prepared and how they work differently. So I think that was all great. Any final messages? I know it's so much to talk. We'll get you back there again, because it is so good to hear that there is interest for us to merge and overlap together for that. So, Dr. Batra, any last minute messages which people should take from today's session? Couple of lines.
I'll just say that the first thing is that you must experience homeopathy. It's very important that you don't get get carried away by the myths that are surround it, because as per World Health Organization, it's the second largest system of medicine, even though it's the youngest. So I believe that everybody must experience it, because the best result comes from experience. And if any of your patients is suffering from chronic pain, please do try homeopathy, because it's holistic medicine. So it is safe, it has no side effects, and it is holistic. And therefore, it's mind and body medicine in its best form. And therefore, there's every chance that you will, and it's non-addictive, and you can actually withdraw from it anytime that you need. That's also a good part. So I think that should summarize everything. Just give it a try. And, like the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So let's all have pudding tonight.
Perfect. One more question from Sanjeeva, I think, just before you go, Dr. Batra. Sanjeev.
We need to locate him once again. Okay, Sanjeeva, go ahead. You can unmute yourself. Over.
Quick one.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been very enlightening, I should say, at the very least. Now, we heard about Ayurveda earlier on. Now, what's your opinion? Like, I believe in integrated medicine, integrating one medicine with another. Like we're talking about integrating allopathy with other systems of medication. What's your opinion about integrating or combining Ayurvedic approach and homeopathic approach?
It's wonderful. I actually believe in integrated medicine entirely. I've had discussions with Dr. Gupta as well on how to take it forward. We've had a lot of experiments with integrated medicine as well. And if I have just 1 minute, I'd like to just explain that to you, that we are still part of a very large infertility clinic in Athens. And people who can't conceive by IVF, we then give them homeopathic medicine. We've been for the last 15 years part of a very large hospital chain called KIMS, and we have half a floor for homeopathy. And we've been there as part of an allopathic hospital, super specialty hospital, and treating patients through homeopathy. Similarly, we've been part of an orthodontic setup. So people who were mouth breathers and they couldn't breathe and they were getting recurrent tonsillitis, adenoids, and URTI. And with homeopathy, we were able to treat those kids. And here we were part of a dental setup. Similarly, we were part of a bariatric clinic, because people who underwent bariatric were suffering from anxiety and depression. So it's a very good question, and I think these examples should kind of satisfy you that we've actually practically been practicing integrated medicine for a long time, and I'm totally all for it. And it's the same with Ayurveda. I think every system of medicine has its plus points and it has its limitations. And therefore, if you're able to have integrated medicine, we can get the best from every system of medicine. And finally, I always say as a joke, whether it is allopathy, homeopathy, or Tirupati, whatever works well.
I love that. I love the Tirupati as well.
Thank you.
That was beautiful, Dr. Batra, Tirupati. I love that. Sanjeev, I need to move on because Rajesh Gupta is waiting there. He has got exciting a session for us. Dr. Batra, thank you very much. Rajiv and Dr. Batra, just before you go, we had Rajiv Sethi here earlier, who is actually the outgoing director of NHS Global Digital Medical Education. And he's going to also be in touch with us, which is beautiful, because he wants to share his knowledge with us as well, which will be very nice. So we will bring him on. He's not here at the moment, but we'll put him in our executive group. So Dr. Batra, you rock again. Just before you go, one nice last song, one line to say goodbye to us.
Oh God.
I put you on the spot.
Wait, let me just first get back to my...
We can hear you. And Rajesh, you are next there, so stand by and thank you for being patient. Rajiv, we don't mind extending. It's okay because we've got a lot of interest and a lot of people still waiting.
This one is special for you.
Overrunning 15-20 minutes. Our technical director has also got some questions. Dr. Mukesh Batra, bring it with medicine and homeopathy with a sing-song style.
आपके हसीन रुख पे आज नया नूर है, मेरा दिल मचल गया तो मेरा क्या कसूर है, आपकी निगाह ने कहा तो कुछ जरूर है, मेरा दिल मचल गया तो मेरा क्या कसूर है. So on this happy note, thank you very much for having me.
Kya baat hai? Hata Savanti Gata, you saw Mala, Suraya and Lata were all smiling. Okay, and aapka koi kusur nahi, there is no fault of yours. Go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wonderful. We'll catch up again and we'll do another bigger session. And the whole idea, what I am really pleased is that every speaker has put so much more into it, and there is so much of stimulation. People want more and more. So that is where more overlap and more integration already happening. So let's bring it to next level, and we'll arrange session again with a great galaxy of speakers. Thank you so much, Mukesh. We'll see you again. So let's introduce the next speaker, Mr. Rajesh Gupta, who is an award-winning cop. Cop, for people who don't know, is police. He has been IG police, and he's now turned into award-winning nature expert. His love for nature is so immense that we have talked hours and hours about it. He is IIT engineer, linguist, energy expert on education, and obviously he has been a top police officer or cop in the profession. He is having so active knowledge of biodiversity, nature. He talks about pH of soil. He talks about that, which is when we talk, we just talk hours, and I learned so much from him. And in addition, he's a healing expert. He's very passionate about it. And if things go right, we might have a retreat there in his big area, which we will probably show you at some point in time. He has worked in the area of river conservation, which is very good. He's doing voluntary work about it. He's currently CEO of an international university on philosophy at Sachi University, which I have been part during my recent Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. We jointly organized a whole day plan, which was very exhausting, but I think it's a fantastic university which has got a philosophy-based system, and he has been the original vice chancellor and founder of that, which is really good. Currently, organic farming is his passion, and I think it will be good to hear from him how we can bring it together, and he take us on a journey to nature. Off to you, Rajesh.
Thank you, Rajiv. Global namaste to all. And recently we had Dr. Batra. He was saying ki le chal ke tujhe. So let us go to a place, to the Tirupati of nature, what he was talking about. I am basically, as Rajiv told, I'm an engineer by education, cop by profession, naturalist by passion, and a healer by choice. Sumer is a place that is basically a space for ultimate manifestation of reality in nature, where we can revitalize the life force energetically, joyfully, and naturally. When we talk about connecting with nature, we need to first pick up what nature is. Simplistically speaking, anything which is not man-made is nature. And how the nature behaves, like a dynamic equilibrium, moves in a cycle, never linear, follows all kinds of rhythms, the circadian rhythm, the lunar rhythm, the cosmic rhythm, and whatnot. That means whatever is being is nature, and whatever is becoming is not nature. But let us differentiate between the being and the becoming, and what causes this and what does it affect. We human beings had a very, very long journey from the unicellular amoeba to the sapiens. And it all happened in the cradle of nature millions of years back. The human cell is the fundamental building block, and that is cemented by emotions, the spiritual energy to make the human body. And nature made the system very perfect with a great ability to repair, regenerate, and regenerate. And what happened in the last 400 years, and more so because of we engineers, more so in the last 100 years, we have introduced millions of new chemical compounds, which neither the environment, the nature knows how to handle it, nor the human body knows. And this has done a lot of damage to everything. We can violate the principles of nature temporarily, but ultimately they're infallible. And that creates tremendous biochemical blockages, tremendous energy blockages, and we ultimately suffer them as a disease, mostly man-made and self-inflicted. Our youthful body basically tolerates them, but ultimately the rules of nature prevail. The cells work subnormally, the organs perform suboptimally, the systems derail, and the immunity gets grossly compromised. The recent pandemic shows that comorbidities has made us morbid, and we can't survive without violating the principles of nature. And we have to do away with this violation. Generally, what happens, as you all doctors know, the notion of disease since good old days has been a sense of discomfort, a sense of derailment, a sense of impairment. And the modern medicine has got a few parameters by which it measures the departure. But for me, disease is basically departure from naturality. And to be very, very precise, it is departure from divinity. WHO calls it the social, mental, and the physical, emotional being, not just the absence of disease. Like Dr. Batra was talking about the miasms. Ayurveda talks about the Vata, Pitta, Kapha doshas, basically. And for me, it is the imbalance of the primovers of us, which are ego, mind, and intellect, which are the fundamental driving force before the Prakriti came into being. So we need to understand and pick up what is the place where the departure from normalcy is going to take place. And that is the genesis of disease. If we don't know the precise genesis of disease, we can never have the right philosophy of treatment and what to talk about the applying the right tool of treatment. And the moment we understand that this is not right, and this is when we flag the question perfectly, what is the answer? So according to me, the answer is the answer. His answer lies in 5 tattvas and the navrasas we have, because we are made out of 5 tattvas at the material level and out of navrasas, because human being is basically an emotional body, or the personification of emotions. So the answer is A is for air and attitude. That depicts the air force, air, the Vayu. And from the physics perspective, it talks about in terms of the weak forces, the weak nuclear forces. Nutrition basically talks about the Dharti Tattva, which is primarily the strong force, because that is the root cause of all big atoms, which give you all kind of nutritional base. Sunlight, which is the Agni Tattva, primarily the electromagnetic force, and the self-urine therapy, which I call Sivambu. Water is again the Jal Tattva, which is again a manifestation of weak force, as far as physics is concerned. And the exercise, entertainment, energy, and the rest, which is primarily the Akash Tattva. Then let us see how it works. We all human beings are basically governed by our desires, our fear. These are the primary drivers for us. If you have good kind of food, the food is organic, no pesticides, no pollution, grown with love and care, with all of gratitude, lot of positive energy, all ingredients plentiful, and we live with the circadian rhythm. Your lifestyle is active, well-toned, cardio-friendly, muscle-gaining, then we can assure that the cell can be healthy. But mere healthy cell is not important. The brick is solid, but the cement, the binding force also needs to be proper. The cell needs to be happy also. That means the type of emotional energy we have, the 9 rasas, which look like chakras, as secretions of endocrine glands, the hormones, the neurotransmitters, the receptors, the vitamins, and the antioxidants. They also need to work in tandem. And we are trapped in the cobweb of pleasure and pain. But to unwind all this thing, we need to be loving, caring, and always giving, because that attracts all kinds of positive energy. And ultimately, it's the theory of attraction which works. And we all do this thing in a place called Sumeran. I'll show you that place basically, what we are doing and what exactly we are doing. According to me, we can heal people without treatment. No medicines, no therapy, but everything is set right from the cellular level to the macrocosm. From microcosm, the macrocosm, everything is healed simultaneously. Like Dr. Varsha was saying, we should not treat in parts. And I believe that whole is more than the sum of the parts. Even if we treat all parts, still the whole is much, much bigger than the sum of the parts. And that's what we do. So according to our concept, the only disease which we have is basically, the only syndrome which we have is the nature syndrome. It is a nature deficit disorder. That's why we talk about food, lifestyle, and then the treatments based on certain kind of concoctions, either as herbs or as medicines, which we produce in allopathy, or the LM potencies, the different dilutions which Dr. Batra was talking in terms of homeopathy, which is again a derivative either of a plant or an osode or even animal. But we need to understand where exactly the departure starts. And as per one of the texts of Ayurveda, our involvement with nature without profit is the only human action which balances Vata, Pitta, and Kapha doshas. This is one of the very unique sutras, one of the rare granthas of Ayurveda, not known to many people. So what we do is basically, we have a 7-day residential experiential learning program where we take deep dive in the nature. We immerse yourself completely in the lap of nature in a very pristine forest retreat. It's absolutely scenic, serene, and silent. Silent means no noise pollution. The air quality index is less than 10, one of the most purest you can ever see, you can ever experience. The carefully carved out indoor and outdoor sessions make you realize why and what you are and what you should have been, what should you become. And we have a great experience of learning, fun, and adventure, resulting in the change forever towards health. You connect with nature in a very, very path-breaking manner, and there are total reversals of disease without treatment. All the lifestyle disease, they get treated just in 7 days to 3 months, depending upon the longevity of disease you have. And we use the food, the life, and the way you engage with the nature as your medicine. Your life energy flows through each and every cell, and you get very, very deep insight how your mind, body, and the spirit strikes balance with peace and joy. And you start listening to your body very deeply, and we assist you with that. We all know about that only human beings require salt externally. No animal needs salt. The way we evolved, the body is 70% water, it is 18% protein, 18% fat, just 1% mineral, and 1% carb. Then why our diet should be primarily carb-based, and that to refined carbs? Like Varsha was telling about the balance between omega-3, 6, and 9 fatty acids. Yeah, omega-3 is basically very few ingredients, they have omega-3 fatty acids, basically. So what we prescribe basically is anything white is not right. The right kind of balance between the sugar and fat, because sugar is only carb is only emergency fuel. Fuel. The primary fuel has to be fat. And we have made sugar as the primary fuel, and that creates a lot of problems. Our body is primarily alkaline. All the allopaths, they know it very well. The body pH varies between 7.2 to 7.4. To be precise, is 7.3. All the plants are alkaline in nature. Mostly animals are even alkaline in nature. And what we eat, all the chemical stuff, all the pollution, and all the cooked stuff, all the stale food which we eat is primarily acidic. So we make our body more and more acidic. And what happens? All the emotions, the four emotions are primarily acid boosting, and 4 emotions are alkaline in nature, basically. We need to balance these emotions also. And ultimately what happens? The way we live releases so many free radicals that we are short of antioxidants to handle. And we try to supplement antioxidants just through food, through herbs. And the earth, Mother Earth, is the biggest source of antioxidants. And that's why all the plants which are rooted on earth are alkaline in nature. They are rich in antioxidants. If we just happen to spend 2 hours connecting with earth, barefooted, your hands in soil, hands with the plants, that reduces inflammation by 70%. There are studies conducted. Inflammation within 2 hours by deep connect with nature is reduced by 60 to 70%. And the research reports basically on that. And that helps a lot. But for the renal failure and stage 4 cancer, all diseases, when we make a deep connect with nature, get reversed. And we have experienced that mostly chronic disease, which people are taking medicine for 15 to 20 years, they get reversed just in 3 months. In day 1, you will feel the change. By day 7, you see the shift. By day 30, what 30-day challenge we are talking about, there is a permanent departure. And if you follow it for 90 days, there is absolute reversal of disease. Almost 90% of disease gets reversed, miraculously. We have a space which is very huge, almost 150 hectares, 2.5 kilometers by 1.5 kilometers, which is roughly 2 miles by 1 mile, which is surrounded by 10,000 acres of prime forest, which is pollution-free, safe, and with a very scenic landscape. We have 70 to 80 acres of water bodies, backwaters, beautiful kayaking streams, absolute silence, and more than 350 varieties of herbs which are naturally growing there. And nobody's cultivating them because thousands of plants we have enabled that they grow together. Because when we do the monoculture, the properties of herbs, they are reduced to a lot of extent. So that's the kind of biodiversity we have.
Rajesh,
We have, yeah.
Rajesh, shall we visit the site and then you can carry on more so the viewers can associate what you're talking?
Yeah, sure.
Just bear with me a moment.
Yeah, shall I start something? Because I've got two slides to show. Or you will start that?
It's here. So Rajesh, what I loved about this, and when Rajiv mentioned you first, that first you are a very senior police officer. I mean, to be an inspector general is not, it's somebody who is very big because it's not just one little city. You are a very senior officer. How did you manage to find time? Because just now what you described, how can you run it's almost two professions you are running, and coming from a senior person like you, and the way you planned, we have seen what the retreat looks like. You don't just involve the current nature in it, but the way the exercises are planned, the way the mood busting facilities are planned, the greenery and everything, just diversifying a bit. Where did the idea come from?
Incidentally, I mean, there is a very interesting story. My father was from the Indian Forest Service. He was basically a forest officer, the topmost officer of the state. And that is how I picked up nature right from my childhood. And because I live nature, I have never eaten anything which is not organic. And that is the reason I never felt sick any time in my life. I've never taken medicine, never fall ill. And that is how I picked up what miracle nature can do with you.
And of course,
and as far as finding time is concerned, time is like a rubber band. You should know how to stretch it.
And Rajesh, being a very senior officer, obviously your training takes you through some of these facets of it. So what a apt person to have planned and designed this, not just from a professional point of view, but from spiritual, holistic point of view. So I think it makes sense.
Yeah, because I got support from my wife, who is an allopathic doctor and teaches in the medical college at Bhopal. So she also is my source of inspiration.
So we'll bring Rajiv in here now at the moment, because we want to carry on. There's another little video that we want to see. When you say Rajesh, we'll look at it a bit later. Rajiv, when you mention Rajesh And particularly the fact that you described that, Neil, hey, this is a retreat, maybe we should promote. I think for next year, for the global audience, and Rajesh, together with you and Rajiv and part of our senior team with Ish and Nemlot, I think we should custom create a retreat that we can maybe use it twice a year permanently, where because of Rajesh's seniority in profession and his knowledge in retreat will bring that touch of added bonus as opposed to other retreats. Rajiv, your comment, please.
Yes, so I and Rajesh had long discussions and the whole plan, because he said, my expertise from the health and medical and his expertise in nature, it will work wonders. So we have thrashed out a lot. So you are absolutely right. It would work very well. And we should really plan it. We have been digging a little bit more deep about few more things that we need, but I think you can't have any better place for this, for us, and particularly with the holistic, you can have mud bath there. So, immersing into with that, you can have, the spring, the river, the trees, the plants, the natural birds, everything is there. He was there and I kept watching where is there. It was amazing place. So I think we should do that. This is a time to cut off from this Western world, immerse into with the nature, and you will discover a new yourself.
Well, Rajiv, I feel, never mind just cutting off from Western world, let's bring the Western to the touch of Eastern style. Because what Rajesh has demonstrated, come as a human and we'll make you go out as a Tarzan. You saw the people swinging, you saw the rafting, you saw the discovery. I think it's so beautiful. Let's carry on a bit more, 10 minutes. We got Sarah here and we've also got Malcolm. We are slightly overrunning, but Malcolm and Sarah, you are going to get your full slots. Keep on smiling. Rajesh, keep on chatting with Rajesh and get the most out of it. Over to you.
Fantastic. So thanks, Neil. I think your value and inspiration is so useful. And so going back there, I think when we were talking, it's so good. And the other thing good is that his wife is, and I spoke to her today. She picked up the phone when I was trying to speak to Rajesh this morning. She's so sweet, and she's a medical professional herself as well. And she has been, as you heard, is an inspiration. She's a silent but very valuable person. So I think that's good. So going back here, in nature, what do you think nature brings which it doesn't? I go and connect to nature when I'm getting tired or whatever. I just go down into trees and get that natural feeling, breathe. So it does a medical benefit, because when you are with nature, trees, it brings fresh oxygen. But there is something more, which is serenity that it brings to you. What do you want to say about it, Rajesh?
Yeah, that gives you a lot of peace, because what happens, because in this space there's a miracle of magic of natural music. There's a miracle of meditation, because the entire space makes you meditate everywhere. It is so silent. There are so many herbs available, because there is healing by herbs and nurturing by nutrition, because the entire area is having organic food forest. Almost 100 acres of organic food forest, where never ever the chemical has been used in the history of that land. And that makes you heal better.
I think it's wonderful, because you can't nowadays. It's so valuable. I mean, when you were mentioning about this at the very beginning, I got fascination, and I am sorry I couldn't come this January when we were talking, because my life was so busy in during the India trip this time. I think it is so good. How you think is that human healing adds to the improvement in the conditions? You're talking about the pH of the water, you're talking about other things. So do you and then you regulate it quite rigorously, knowing you being so methodical. How does that contribute? Because the environmental connection and environmental management are both important.
Rajiv, before Rajesh answers that, and you mentioned the right salient point, the healing values, Let's look at this little video and you will see how you feel. Just close your eyes and, well, don't close your eyes because you'll miss out. And listen to what Rajesh has prepared for us. And just give me one moment and here it goes. Rajiv, you must admit that you can't see a better example of nature, spirituality, reality. I mean, what a beautiful combination just by listening to the chant. Over to you, Rajiv and Rajesh.
So thanks, Nilo. I think you are absolutely right. It is so fascinating and it's so good just to go there. And I believe that let's just plan to do that. But going back here, there is this curiosity as well. Oh, just the chanting gives me personally a lot of peace and solace. And I am told this is a natural sound that originated from wherever when the human being originated. How does that, and in your natural world, it seems like it's a thing to really connect back to nature as a vehicle. How would you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. As you said, this cosmic chant is basically the cosmic hum, which was first created. We call it basically the Damaru of Shiv, basically, which started with Om. And ultimately, the all matter manifested out of that. It's a space which basically helps you resonate your insight with the sun, with the moon, with the silence, with the birds, with the wildlife there, right from bacteria to birds, from bees to butterflies. Everybody contributes to your healing.
I think I would really want to talk to you for another 2 hours because it will be so useful for our audience, but I'm conscious of time. We'll bring you another time and we'll chat a little bit more. Thank you so much for coming in our show.
Thanks
And so great work. Perfect. So with a great appreciation, let's bring our next speaker. She's Sarah Mills. So Sarah is independent health consultant. She has been working in the industry for many, many years. Rajesh, thank you so much. It's amazing, amazing, amazing. And please convey my thanks and appreciation to your wife, Monica, as well. It's so good to see. Good. So Sarah is a very impressive person I really like. She's been an independent health and well-being consultant. Primarily, she's so focused on well-being and how humans think about health and how health should be an important and natural aspect. You should look after your thing. And from somewhere else, I have heard that you are CEO of your health. And that word stuck with me for many years now. Having met Sarah, it looks like she's bringing to reality. She's been a marketing officer in past, turned into a well-being consultant, and she's so passionate about it. She runs a health and well-being business. She is actually very keen on it. She is like one of the world's leading vegan nutrition promoter working with the B Corporation, award winning for that particular purpose. But what I like is she has got also that concept of mind, body, and a skin concept, which is quite useful. And she brings that into life all the time. Healthy eating, healthy thinking, healthy activity, and all it together. And since we met, we have been working on a program called a 30 Days Healthy Living Program. And it is amazing that it has come into fruition now. There's so many people who have joined it, and I won't want to steal thunder. So let us hear from Sarah's own words. So back to you, Sarah.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Rajiv. Wow, what a wonderful Mother's Day I'm having here in all of your company. Haven't seen my children at all because I've been here with you, but I'm absolutely loving this. We're celebrating Mother's Day here in the UK for anyone that's in another country and doesn't realise. But I want to go to that retreat. It looks absolutely amazing, absolutely incredible. So thank you so much, Rajiv, for creating this incredible group of visionary experts. And I'm so honoured to be with you and inspired so much, with collaborating with all of you around the globe. This is absolutely incredible. I just want to start with a question for anyone. Yes, we'll look at that slide. It doesn't have to stay on for the whole time, but maybe we'll bring it on as well at the end and you can reconnect with what we've got to share with you. But I want to start with asking you a question for anyone who would like to see some positive change in their current situation. If you keep doing what you're doing, how will you feel next month or next year? And this is what I'd really like you to consider as Rajiv has said, as I share some inspiration and ideas and immediate action that we can and everyone can take during the next 30 days. And this is why the 30 Days Healthy Living was created, to positively change people's current situations for a healthier, happier you at the end of the day. It all starts with you. And if you're already feeling on top of the world in every area of your health and well-being, then hopefully what I'm going to share can accelerate that even further. So thank you. As Rajiv has said, I am an independent wellbeing consultant, been working in the industry for more than 10 years with absolute purpose and passion to help hundreds of people positively change their relationship with themselves, most importantly, with their self-care, their gut health, their mindset, their eating habits, their lifestyle, how that impacts their nutrition. And I've learned so much from this extraordinary experts today. I want to go back to school forever and learn from you all. But since my 20s, I have used so many complementary therapies, particularly homeopathy. So I'm in awe to be in the company of an awesome homeopathist. But it's often left me feeling a bit of an outsider in the UK, particularly because the general public haven't always got it. And it's always been a rather alien way of thinking. But I'm so grateful now that so many more people are finally awakening to the benefits here and now. With this incredible driving force of experts that you are bringing Western and Eastern medicine together. Amazing. So during my wellbeing life and business journey of helping others, I am still on. I've been mentored by leading health and wellness experts who've created revolutionary sustainable healthy living programs and botanically kind to the planet products to support individuals flourish and to leave a long-lasting positive benefit on people, but a very gentle footprint on the planet. And that really inspires me. So as you can imagine, I am delighted to be collaborating with Dr. Rajiv Gupta to bring this 30 Days Healthy Living program and community to you all, combining our joint experience, because everything is connected. And that's why it's been created, that everyone can benefit in simple supportive steps that you can take every single day with guidance, inspiration that can absolutely help with, as we're talking about pain, emotional and physical pain that we have often created for ourselves, which is hard to hear, right? By avoiding everyday situations in our life that do not serve us and we continue to do so anyway as an unhealthy habit. Because nothing changes. And so there is bad news and there's news, but the problem is we might be in alignment, as you've already heard from so many other amazing speakers, we might be in alignment with our eating healthy, but maybe we're out of alignment with our sleep. Or we might be great at walking and exercising, but our diet absolutely sucks. Or we might be so driven in our work, we forget to take time to rest and relax. These are the problems that so many people have, and these problems can impact our health and our aging well, which we all want to do at a cellular and energetic level. And we just believe, well, that's just how I feel. I'm always tired. I never have enough energy. My sleep is always interrupted. But that is not how our body wants to flourish. Our body is an extraordinary habitat. And we're supposed, believe it or not, to feel amazing. But often our habits have become robotic. And for most people, they are exceedingly hard to change, or so they think. Or we slip back, we change for a week. I'm sure we've all done this. We change for a week and then we slip back. We've all been there. We give up too soon because we live in this instant world and we crave instant change. And when we don't see it and feel it, we revert to our comfort zone, and that always inhibits our growth. So everything we want, everything worthy and worth striving for takes time. So it's been well documented that to change our future outcomes, we have to change our daily habits. And embedded habits can take 21 days, 30 days, even 90 days to at least effectively change. And what keeps a new habit working is having support, having accountability, a community in it with you, and having a strong reason to want to change beyond today, and having a reason that pushes us forward. Or maybe we're just sick and tired of being sick and tired. And that's what taking simple daily challenges can start to do for you. 30 days healthy living. And that's what we want to support you with. Simple daily challenges that will make you feel better for life. They might reduce these problems. For example, poor sleep, lack of energy, poor focus, unhealthy eating habits, up and down weight, dull skin, food cravings, poor self-image, an unhealthy gut, by the way, as I'm sure many of you know, is our health for mind, body and skin. And as Dr. Rajiv tells me, and I'm sure you know and tells you, or you already know, our gut microbiome is literally the master driver of all human beings. But we might lack motivation, we might have joint pain, the list literally goes on. So for me, I've been so inspired here today to hear that the extraordinary toolkit shared at the start, that Rajiv shared with us, of the choices that we have at our disposal for a truly integrated approach to health. And then obviously hearing from Sanjeeva Gupta talking about chronic pain, and from Ishak Sharma to share his vision of a complete integration of medicines together. I go on, Dr. Marandi, incredible Ayurvedic insights, and Varsha asking us to talk about consider long-lasting pain questions. And Dr. Batra, I absolutely loved and used homeopathy for the last 30 years, and I have so much more to learn. But cheering for ourselves and changing habits that are not serving us is the singular most important changing awareness action I believe that we can ever take in our life. They are easy to do, but they are very easy not to do. But compounded over time, good, healthy habits will either be the making of us or the death of us. And it's really hard to hear, but it is absolutely true. So the good news is, because I love good news, because I'm a positive person, the good news is, imagine how simple good habits could be that we've created for you with this 30 days healthy living. For example, a very short insight, it's all there for you. We're going to share the website shortly. We're going to share the Facebook group. But for example, imagine on day 1, you drank 8 glasses of water instead of 3. On day 2, you went for a 5-minute brisk walk. On day 3, you stopped and did some reflection for 5 minutes every 2 hours. You see how little steps can lead to great changes over time. And these seemingly insignificant, tiny things can change our life and take us all in the direction we want to go. So we have created 30 simple challenges for you to support you through 30 days and beyond. You don't even need, we're going to pop this up on the screen for you. You don't even need to think about it for yourself. It's all done for you. They're waiting for you. We'll leave this up on the screen for you so you can scan the barcode, connect with the Facebook, but there's more good news. What if you could simply identify how to use food as fuel for your body? Number 2, you could help support healthy gut function. You could optimize how you look and feel inside and out. You could eat and drink more intuitively, giving your body the nutrients it needs to function optimally. And most importantly, you could tune into messages that your body is sending you and achieve some healthy living goals that can impact all areas of your life and give you the awareness to change other things so much more in other areas. Because once we change our mindset and we're open and curious to positive change, anything is possible. And when we change our thoughts, we literally can change our life if we take those actions. And that's what we want to help you to do. And I know for sure this can help us all. And also, not only have we created an amazing Facebook community, an amazing website, we also have an accelerated program that we're offering to people. It includes nutritional product extras to support gut health, mind health, skin health, eliminating food groups that can add to discomfort, increase a whole food nutrient-rich guide for 30 days and beyond, with beautiful, long-lasting, healthy habits, which I'm sure everybody truly wants, with daily recipe ideas, daily community, everything for everybody, really. And that's what we're really excited about. So really, you know, I don't really need to say much more because I just want you to be part. We want you so much to be part of the group. But just remember it. We want to help you have, number 1, a reset to establish healthy habits, not unhealthy habits, with clean eating, activity, restful sleep that will become the foundation of a healthy and sustainable lifestyle. Number 2 is your gut function. So much of the body's overall well-being is controlled by our gut. So supporting this area will help to optimize how you look and feel. Self-care. Number 3 is self-care. Focus on ways to allow your body time to reset and work to reduce feelings of stress. Number 4, my favorite one, is your mindset. A positive focus can impact your confidence, because when you feel good physically and mentally, you look good too. It radiates from you. It changes your vibration. And finally, you know, somebody mentioned, you know, our skin is our largest organ, right? So we want to have healthy looking skin. Healthy looking skin starts from within, and it can be optimized with balanced nutrition, consistent hydration, and more relaxed mindset. So, and above all, this 30 days healthy living is about adopting an attitude of gratitude, that you are here now and you can make changes to any change you desire that fills you with good, positive body chemicals. Is the most amazing feeling to have. Right? We can create that naturally. And Rajiv and I are so passionate about this. And in calling in other experts, there are so many on this call today, but so many other experts share, collaborate, and integrate in all areas to serve our global community, to share our ups and downs and our vision together. So thank you so much for sharing the information on the screen. If you haven't got it, it's a 30 days healthy living complimentary community for all. It's a club, it's a community designed with you in mind, and our comprehensive, helpful program will take the guesswork out of healthy living, providing you with everything you need to make lasting changes for your health. You can register with the barcode. I'm sure it'll be sent out on lots of the groups that Rajiv is part of. We're going to have WhatsApp groups and an incredible website to inspire and educate you, because we absolutely believe that your future happy health is smiling at you. Future happy, healthy self, if it's not now. And nothing really feels as good as healthy does. And I'll really finish as I started by saying, if you keep doing what you're doing now, how you feel next month or next year, we truly believe We've got an amazing toolkit to support you for 30 days and beyond throughout your life. We will continue to change and evolve always to do better with new ideas, new challenges to help us all grow and thrive for years to come. So everyone can have an empowered, positive, purposeful life, because when we look after ourselves, we are much better placed to look after others and leave unnecessary and emotional, physical pain off the table so that we can all thrive. So thank you so much.
Hello. Great, wonderful. Thank you so much, Sarah. It was so amazing. I think we can hear your passion about it, and it is actually very well put together. The gut health, because gut microbiome actually occupy far bigger part than the whole body mass. And I'm kind of specialized in gastroenterology and nutrition. That's my expertise, and that's what I've done for last like more than 20, well, almost 25 years now. It was not identified earlier, and once we know that gut health is equivalent to your body health, because if your gut is not working well, your immunity is going to be poor. And now you know that there is so many healthy bacteria milks, the Yakult, the Denim, the Actimal market is flooded because everybody has realized that gut health is important. Second part is that we know that our mind, people didn't pay as much attention, although our old ancient sages used to go to Himalaya and other places just to be in serenity and connect to the nature and connect to themselves. And this was so important those days. Now it's going full cycle and people are realizing that it should come back to us and we should really focus on rebuilding ourselves, because if you are not good, what you can give to others? So happiness comes from inside out. If you are not happy, you can't give happiness to others. That's such an important part. So that is there. And you talked about gut, you talked about skin, because a nice healthy skin gives you a good look. So mind, body, skin, all is there. Happy thoughts. You mentioned about the practice of gratitude, and that is so important. People should keep a gratitude journal, just even few minutes a day. If you are grateful for, you give grateful to the nature, nurture, Mother Earth, it will send back all that gratitude with thanks multiple times. You should express gratitude to others. I think you are amazing. Do you want to say there are a couple of things I wanted to explore, that how this is going to work and how you think that, you know, if people want to be on accelerator program or something like that, how they can go. So what they're going to be able to do in their day-to-day life, how much extra time they would need to devote to it, or in order to make changes in life, and if they want to be on accelerator program, how they can get on it.
Well, I think the most important thing is that it's as easy and simple as people to activate in their life with just a few minutes of extra time, because we're all so busy. And that's why people avoid doing new things. That's why they join the gym and then stop. That's why they start healthy eating and then they stop, or they think, oh, I'll just go back to what I used to do. So I think the whole point of it, obviously in the Facebook community that you've created, I think, you know, there's the daily inspiration, there's amazing. And then I think if people want exactly to accelerate that, then we have got it's just about changing your eating habits. It's just using some amazing supplements to because maybe people need a reset. Maybe you're not as healthy as you think you are, or maybe you just think, oh yeah, I need to, it's like having a clean slate. So based on that, we will give you, you know, gut actual gut health product, actually, you know, an amazing superfood greens that can help with that, recipes and meal plans that can actually make you think about, okay, oh, I just need to, if I stock my cupboard with healthy food, I can only eat healthy food. So it's kind of about having the combination of planning well, having the guidance, and then knowing that there's a group of, you know, a daily group, because when people come on the can come on the accelerator program, then they literally get, you know, other tips and advice on daily support, right? On day 1, do this, on day 2, do that, which is more than just, you know, drink a glass of water, 8 glasses of water a day. So it's a fully approved program that people can come on, and they can do it for 30 days if they want to, if they love it and think, well, you know, since I've been having a gorgeous green glow shot in the morning and all the rest of it, I might like to incorporate that into my daily life going forward. And, you know, we can take that, we can show you where that is. That's on a specific part of the website that you can be part of. And yeah, that the only reason that has any cost to it, because it has some additional nutritional things attached to it. Other than that, all the other parts of it are complementary.
So I think
Does that answer the question?
it does, because just for being clear, so people can register scanning this QR code, and there might be links there. I'm unfortunately on this mobile phone, which caused me a little bit irritation, as I am not as agile. But yeah, people should scan it, and that would give you instant registration so that people can take the benefit of the program, which is a free program. People can just follow it. But important bit is that I believe that if you don't follow it, it's not going to do any healing to you. You need to do something.
No, that's it, exactly. I mean, yeah, you're in control. You're in control of it. I mean, the thing is, it's like anything. It's like having a mindset mentor, a business mentor, or anything like that. At the end of the day, and somebody else already said this, everything comes from within. You've got to have to want to change, and you've got to want to stick through it when it feels tough sometimes. You've just got to think, you know, give it 10 days, not 5 days. Give it 30 days, not 25 days. And I just think it's just pushing through that, because your natural form is to want to revert to form, which is, oh, I just go back to my old ways. But then you just end up where you were in the first place, right? So yeah, I'm really excited to help as many people as possible. And, you know, with your amazing expertise and guidance too. We've got a fantastic program for you. So why wouldn't people want to come?
I think that's amazing. And the other part is the community feeling, because people want to start, but it's hard to keep going. You can go 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and majority of people actually give up after a few days because it's not the whole community. There is no support, there is no mentoring, there is no like stimulation. So I think that's probably the other big benefit of community. And I think Kamlesh just mentioned here that we should really see and share how we felt after 30 days, because more people share how they are feeling improved, it motivates others to do it, because everybody knows that they should drink more water, but how many people are actually able to drink? Everybody knows that they need to get up from the chair and have a break. How many people actually do? Because we are stuck in the work, we just carry on for hours and hours and hours. Everybody knows they need to, well, I think it was clearly mentioned, eat limited salt, have limited sugar, but anything feel tasty, you go for it. So how you think that is going to help people building their habits, improving, using less white stuff and rest of the stuff, you know? And how do you see it coming out, like in your thinking?
Well, I just think people be their own proof for themselves. This is what I've seen. You know, when people know that they've got somebody almost like holding their hand saying, okay, you know, this is what we're going to do on day 1. This is what we're going to do on day. How are you feeling? It's more about how people are feeling, you know. Oh, I feel more energized. Oh, I don't, oh, you know, for some reason I don't feel as bloated, or I've got a clearer mindset, or I'm sleeping better. All of a sudden you start to think, oh, this is how I'm supposed to feel, right? And if you've got somebody there, you know, like I say, when we share with people and they come on on an actual smaller group of a WhatsApp group and somebody's talking with you every day and engaging with you, it's easy to walk through those steps because you actually want to hold yourself accountable to you after a few days, you know, and then you think, oh, there's somebody else standing by my side. There's somebody else saying, oh, how are you feeling today? You know, up, down, it doesn't matter. You know, walk with me. I've already been there, kind of thing. So I think that's the biggest change. I think that's the biggest impact really, is when you feel like it, you naturally, we are naturally all word of mouth recommenders in life, aren't we? You know, we recommend a great hotel we've been to, recommend a great retreat we've all been to in India, hopefully soon together, right? Which would be amazing, right? But we recommend it. So if we've seen something we love and it's worked for us, and actually people can see the difference in you. They can say, oh, you just sound so, you feel upbeat, you feel positive. Wow, your skin looks really glowing. What are you doing? It's, you know, it's a natural, it's a natural evolvement, right? It's amazing. It's on so many levels, you know? So yeah. You won't know. You can't win unless you're in, or whatever the expression goes.
Thank you so much. I think it was amazing. Thank you very much, Sarah. I think it's time to bring our next speaker, Malcolm Calvert. He's going to talk about the other part. So today we have talked about integrated health as such. We talked about chronic pain, we talked about Ayurveda, we talked about homeopathy, we talked about the herbal medicine, we talked about the nature, connecting to nature, we talked about 30 days healthy living. So they are all parts of us bringing together, and whole purpose of integration is that if we bring the best of everything to improve our own physical, mental, social, spiritual, emotional, occupational, economic well-being, why shouldn't we do it? So I think it's a fantastic journey. Thank you very much, Sarah. Let me get Malcolm here. So Malcolm is a Tai Chi expert. And he has done Qigong for almost 30 years. He has been our friend. He has been on our program, Healing Our Earth, integrated health program previously. He's registered with Tai Chi Union, and Keith is our like national expert on communication, not was as a he is not a Tai Chi practitioner, but he knows about Tai Chi, has experienced Tai Chi, and we had many discussions, and we are now partner. So it's really good. We are promoting each other. And to me, I had actually a discussion. I work in hospital with our chief executive, and told that if we roll out a program of Tai Chi sessions for the whole city, we will have 1/3 less fall in the winter and less bad occupations, because in winter bad pressure goes up simply because people fall. There is a ice, people skating, falling down. So balancing the body is fantastic with Tai Chi, and energy is Qigong. So I think it'll be fantastic to hear from Malcolm what he wants to say. So thank you very much for Sarah. Let's bring on Malcolm.
Hi. Thank you, Dr. Gutta. Thanks for inviting me to talk to the group again. I enjoyed it last time, albeit unfortunately it was a bit sort of cut short. So hopefully we can sort of fill in some of the spaces today. I'm actually talking to your group on behalf of the Tai Chi and Qigong group Union for Great Britain, and also the Tai Chi and Qigong Alliance UK, and my own group, which is Tai Chi for Health and Wellbeing. And I liaise with Keith Sharp, who you mentioned. Keith is also an advanced instructor with the Tai Chi and Qigong Union of Great Britain, and is also one of their honorary presidents. He unfortunately couldn't be here today because he's off doing another talk tonight in another international meeting where he's talking about mostly about falls prevention. My journey into Tai Chi started over 30 years ago now, and I trained in Southampton in England with Wu-Tan martial arts, and my first teacher, Master Tay Soon Thay, and his own teacher, Master Wu. And the reason I took up Tai Chi originally was because I had really bad asthma, and I felt that there had to be another way of looking after yourself rather than relying on drugs and inhalers and various other things. So that's how my sort of path started with Tai Chi and Qigong. And I found that within about a 2-year period, I had controlled my asthma, and that allowed me then to continue doing all the things that I wanted to do. So I controlled my asthma and it didn't control me. But I also realized then that it wasn't freely available in the UK. This would have been in the late 1980s. It wasn't actually freely available to people. So I decided that it should be open to more people. So Keith and I started a program through the Primary Health Trust, which was a branch of the NHS. And we started originally doing what we called over 50s classes, but basically they were for people that were retired because they were during the daytime. But also we did classes at lunchtime so that office people could join in. And what we found was, as Sarah was saying, that if you get people to do small changes in their lives, in this case, breathing exercises and movement and breathing, it makes a massive difference to the other things that they do, like sleeping and other sports that they're involved in. I've worked with professional sportsmen, and everybody suffers from the same types of things that Sarah was mentioning about certainly sleep patterns, aches and pains, and simple movement, gentle, simple movement is an amazing way of looking after your own particular problems. Now, I studied for just under 14 years with Master Tai to be able to teach, because it's such a huge subject. And in those days, it was based around the martial aspect. But what I have is branched out from then and trained with other people to study more the healing aspect of the Qigong side of Tai Chi. And Keith and I, started a daytime program, which became very popular. And in those days, we both worked. So most of the classes we did were evenings, but we had the odd daytime class. We were convinced that we needed some formal teaching certificate to be able to access things like the NHS, some of the bigger factories. In those days, it would have been things like Ford's. I worked with Ford's Motor Company. And so we both did a City and Guilds teaching certificate, which allowed us access to places where you can't get, because in the sort of martial arts world, certainly in those days, certificates you won belts, but you didn't actually get a certificate for to say that you've done any particular thing. And now, of course, everybody wants pieces of paper to prove that you know what you're talking about. The other thing that I did, and my partner and two of my friends also worked together with us, was that we made it a full-time occupation. So I gave up my day job in 1999 and started teaching full-time. And yeah, it was difficult at the beginning, but using the right promotion and accessing the right people, and also I think the actual program itself needs to be simple enough so that people are doing the same thing all the time. That might sound very boring, but people get frustrated when you go to classes where one week we'll say you'll do just the simple hands form of Tai Chi, and then another week you might do the fan form, or you might do a sword form. Well, this is fine when you're younger because your brain's active, your body's very active. But as you get older, people can't actually maintain this stuff. They can't remember it. They get frustrated. And then, as Sarah was saying, keeping people motivated is really important. So what we've found is that the best motivation is to give them what they want, which is a soft and gentle exercise that they can remember, and also that they can repeat. It's very adaptable, so you can adapt it to different people's abilities, whether it be age related, whether it be posture related, whether it be the fact that they can stand up, they can't stand up. We've had classes for people in wheelchairs, people who are partially sighted, fully blind, specific diseases, Parkinson's, etc. So it can be moved around and made interesting and doable for all these different people. And I personally believe that everybody can do something. And it's also about the other thing that I was interested with Sarah was saying, that it's about short-term goals. So you don't need to do hours and hours and hours every day. Just 15, 20 minutes a day is enough to change things in you. One of the biggest comments we get from people, especially new people when they first start, is that their sleep pattern changes. They sleep better. They feel more relaxed. They feel more rested. And this is only using two things, really: your breath and one or two acupuncture points, lining up different acupuncture points. You can get, there's much more, it gets much deeper the more you go into it. You can then use your mind. You can control the movement of energy, the chi in your body, and either send it to particular places or just to get it circulating around your body. Now, everybody was hit with COVID in 2019-20. We were no different, and for about 8 months, we couldn't have any face-to-face classes. At this time, the group Tai Chi for Health and Wellbeing was running about 65 classes between 5 instructors, predominantly daytime, and covering sort of the south of the Hampshire county. We had to find a way of keeping our students going, and also they were also, a lot of them were very interested in continuing. So we turned to Zoom classes, and they proved really popular. I know a lot of people who didn't use technology have had to learn. We were the same, had to learn technology. So some good has come out of it. And even now, the Zoom classes are very useful and very popular. They're certainly popular because 2 or 3 reasons. Firstly, there's still a lot of people here in England that don't want to go out and don't want to mix in large groups. There are also people that can't get out for various reasons. That means that they can also sort of socialize through the network. It's also good for people. A lot of my ladies will go on holiday, so it doesn't matter where they go, as long as obviously there's a time difference, but they can still log in through Zoom and still do their daily or their weekly classes. We also have free videos available on the Wessex Cancer Trust website that students can use at any time they want to. We have our own website, obviously. and I try and update it as often as I can. It's not always the most easiest thing to do. The age range, I noticed on your caption there, it said 11 to 90. We tend to have classes for, I would say, 50 upwards more than the other way around. My partner does do projects with children during school holidays. We have actually worked with 5 and 6 year olds. So anyone can actually do this, but my sort of purpose, if you like, is to focus more on the older age groups. The vast majority of my students are over 70, and until recently, unfortunately, one was over 100. The other thing that I'm involved with the Tai Chi and Qigong Union of Great Britain is I talked about earlier about having some sort of certified standard, national standard. And with Keith's done an awful lot of work on this. So we are now offering through the Tai Chi and Qigong Union for Great Britain a professional standard, which has been approved, was approved last year with the SIMSPA, which is the Chartered Institute for the Management of Sports and Physical Activities. It's a royal charter, which means that instructors who have no formal teaching certificate can obtain a recognized national teaching certificate, allowing them then to be able to teach in things like the NHS or some of the bigger corporations, because they do insist on some formal, some piece of paper says you know what you're talking about. The thing I also like about Tai Chi and Qigong, it's such a huge subject. So I've been doing it for over 30 years now, and you're always learning. And at the moment, we're actually training with an indoor student of Professor Lin Hao Shen, who invented the Tai Chi Shabasha Qigong. And we train with one of his students, Fabrice Pichet. In fact, my partner, who's downstairs at the moment, is actually on a training course now with him. So we're constantly trying to improve what we teach. And the Tai Chi Shabasha is based purely on health. It's not a direct directive from the martial arts. It's based purely on the health aspect. Professor Lin is actually a doctor of Chinese medicine and Western medicine, and also a Tai Chi practitioner and Qigong practitioner. So he's joined the two things together, and he actually uses it in hospitals. Things he can actually use it instead of people having general anesthetics. He can control their pain levels using this technique. So we were really keen to see how this works, and I've been using Shabasha for about 3 or 4 years now, and firstly my students love it, and secondly they get an awful lot of benefit from it because it involves breathing and movement, and there isn't a sort of set speed. It depends on your breath. So your movement is solely controlled by your own breath. And I think that's what they like about it. The movements are simple. They're based on Tai Chi. They're based on Yang style Tai Chi. So it has that, that's the only sort of similarity it has. But it is, as I say, a health-giving Qigong technique. And it promotes good movement of energy. It promotes good movement of the opening of your meridians. It promotes good use of your mind. And I say so far, everybody that I've introduced to it absolutely love it, and to the extent that they want more and more and more. There are 8 different sequences that you can teach, and I've certainly done the first 2, and we're keen to get through, to try and learn all of the different sequences so that we can pass them on to our students. I think the biggest problem, as I said at the beginning, with certainly Tai Chi and Qigong, is that the vast majority of people that teach are teaching part-time. This would be a fairly traditional way. You would have a daytime job, and then you would just teach in the evenings. And I think, unfortunately, firstly, it doesn't allow people to be able to teach full time because there's not enough hours. And it also, at night time, you're restricted to the clientele that you're going to get, because, again, a lot of older people don't like to go out at night or can't go out at night. And so I think the way forward for people who want to teach for a living is that you have to convert to daytime classes, and that means you have to change what you teach. Otherwise, if you try and stay purely traditional and you don't change what you teach, you don't adapt it to suit your clientele, you just don't keep your students. I've got students that have been with me for over 20 years. I started full-time teaching in, say, 1999, and I don't do a lot of classes now, mainly because during lockdown, I enjoyed the time off. Before lockdown, I used to do about 25 classes a week from Monday to Friday. I now only teach 3 days a week at the moment, and I'm only doing about 10 groups. But I do lots of talks and lectures and things in between that as well. And I'll talk to any group, anyone who wants to know about the subject and is interested. I'm happy to go along and talk to them and do a demonstration, get them to join in, and hopefully that way encourage them to carry on and keep it up. The thing about doing certainly Qigong, probably more than Tai Chi, but Qigong especially, you don't need any special equipment. You don't even really have, your technique doesn't have to be that good at the beginning, because it will grow with you. And it changes things as you go. Probably the difference between Qigong and Tai Chi, as I see it, would be that the Tai Chi, most groups, all the groups I run, I do a warm-up routine, which lasts about 20 minutes, followed by some breathing techniques, some Qigong standing breathing, Jam Jong. And then we do part of the Yang style Tai Chi sequence. I don't teach the whole sequence anymore because I don't think it's necessary for people to, people find it difficult to remember, and therefore it's difficult for them to practice at home. So I tend to use about half the sequence. People are quite happy with that. They can remember that bit, and the bit that the half of the sequence they teach covers virtually all of the body meridians. Tai Chi, as I understand it, moves the energy around your body. So you build it up with the Qigong to start with, then you move it around the body, and then you do Qigong at the end to, again, build up the level of Qi energy, and also to help to relax your muscles, because although it's done very slowly and very gracefully and beautifully, you are actually moving all your muscles. It is quite aerobic. Your heart rate goes up slightly. You won't get out of breath with this, but it is aerobic in a different way. And people do find that when they're new to it, I always warn them that next day they might have, their legs might ache, because all my classes are predominantly standing, and it does build up the strength in your legs. Now, we were talking about earlier about people falling over. Here it was a huge problem, and the NHS is just inundated with other things, and their falls prevention program is actually not what it says. It doesn't actually teach people to prevent falls. It treats them after they've fallen. Then they show them how not to fall over again. So we thought that what we needed to do was to try and instigate a program through the NHS and similar bodies that allowed us to show people how to change the way they move, the way they walk, using Tai Chi and Qi Kung as the basis. And I think it's been very successful. There's certainly an awful lot of people out there now that are using the same information. They might call it a different name, but it is basically Tai Chi and Qi Kung. And hopefully we can help as many people as possible in preventing them, from falling over, and also all the other illnesses, pain, especially controlling pain. I have a lot of students with arthritis, rheumatism, and certainly the gentle movement, it does seem to help them with back pain, joint pain, and also all the other, unfortunately, things that you get as you get older, the chronic illnesses, the things like Parkinson's, dementia. Anyone can do it, because you don't have to remember. My instructors all talk through all the courses. So it doesn't matter if you've been once, twice, or a million times, you will hear the same thing. And it helps to ingrain that in people's minds. I once read that to change something in your muscle memory, you have to repeat something 1,000 times in succession. So if that's the case, then you need to do an awful lot of the same thing, for the same time. I must apologize that I didn't log on earlier, but I was away doing something else, actually, something related to this subject, but I will have a listen to the whole thing right from the start, so I don't miss out and sort of miss anything that certainly sounds very interesting from what the last 4 people that I was pleased to hear. But well, apart from sending Keith's apologies, and he did say to me he was very sorry he couldn't do both, but he felt it was just a bit too much for him, really. So he's 83, 82 years old now, so he has to look after his own health. But yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Good. So if you've got any questions, I'm happy to try and answer them.
Hello, that's fantastic, Malcolm. I think it was so comprehensive, kind of your journey explained so well. I was thinking, can you explain, you mentioned about the 8 different sequences that you teach. Can you just, for our viewers, explain what are those?
There are, I use different Qigong sequences. In Qigong itself, I don't know how many there are exactly, but according to the Chinese government, they recommend 9 different sequences. I can't remember them all, but I use Jam Jong, which are standing exercises, basically where you're lining up acupuncture points between your hands and your body, and then associate that with breathing and also thought. So you're focusing on a point just below your navel called the Dan Tien. Then there is 2 others. There's Badwa Jin, which is a moving and breathing exercise. It's an old Shaolin exercise. Then there's I Jin Jin, which is another old moving and breathing exercise. These are all recommended by the Chinese government. The Shabasha, Tai Chi Shabasha, is a as I say, is purely health orientated. And Shabasha has eight different sequences. The first sequence deals primarily with your heart, your lungs, liver, and your kidneys. The second sequence, which is a little bit more mobile, sort of enhances those things and helps to wake up the meridians even more. The third and fourth and fifth sequences are much more condition specific. So there are exercises for arthritis, for rheumatism, for blood disorders, for nervousness, for anxiety. So you can actually recommend different exercises for people with different conditions to use. And of course, the great thing is they don't interfere with any medical preparations they're taking. I would hope that what all that happens, it enhances what the doctors have told them. But I think also it gives them, I think it makes them feel better in themselves. And I think in that respect, whatever their treatment's given by their doctor can only be better, get better. Or make them work better is what I'm trying to say. So I don't think it impedes any other, sort of Western medicine. I think if anything, it helps and hopefully speeds up their recovery times. But there are thousands of Qigong exercises available, and it's quite difficult. I use 4 basically, and but in Jamjong alone, there are hundreds of different positions. There's basically an exercise for every centimeter of your body inside and out, and you can focus. Your mind is really powerful, and you can focus on a particular point. They've used it for curing cancer, for changing people's blood pressure, controlling viruses. Your body is a really powerful weapon. And unfortunately, we just don't understand how to keep ourselves under control.
Wonderful. I think it is so good. So it's so nice to hear it can control not only just the movements in the body and the balance, but also can help healing a variety of the organs and conditions and diseases. So I think with all that, let's bring the session to conclusion today. It was a fantastic session. We started with the integrated general discussion. We went on to the chronic pain. We heard about the nature. We heard about the natural food. We heard about the Ayurveda. We heard about homeopathy. We heard about the nature. We heard about Qigong. We heard about 30 days healthy living. So I think it has been a very fruitful day. So it's my pleasure to really thank each and every speaker, but also each and every participant in the audience on wherever they are, YouTube, Periscope, Facebook, or Zoom, or wherever they are. I think it has been fantastic session. So hats off to that. Please keep listening to every week Healing Our Earth program. And thanks again to Neil and to Nishit and the whole team of Healing Our Earth for this opportunity. We have done a lot of work bringing these speakers together, having individual interactions, trying to have them all focused onto this integrated health as a main topic, which is my bugbear, it's my passion. I have spent countless hours and days and weeks and months on it now for last 4 or 5 years, and I think I'm glad to see it coming to fruition. So thank you very much again. Have a great time. So thanks, Malcolm. I think we'll keep in touch and say hello to Keith.
Yeah, I will. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Okay. So should we say our prayer to end? सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामय सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखिभाग् भवेत्. Thank you so much.